Hi guys, it is me, ChazzaHD, and welcome to the first race day of 2025. We are finally here after just over 3 months of waiting. Finally, the 2025 Formula One season that is one of the most anticipated of all time is finally here. We had qualifying yesterday, a very exciting qualifying session that's given us a really good, mixed up, exciting grid. And thankfully, today's Grand Prix, not only will it be the first Grand Prix of the season, it will be the first wet race of the season. Pretty much guaranteed to be wet. We've had a lot of rain so far in Melbourne. Good news, though, after chatting to our, I guess, at least for today, resident weatherman, and, you know, as usual, he is our channel contributor and obviously co-commentator most of the time, Niblo, who is at the Australian Grand Prix. Of course, he lives in Melbourne. That's why he's able to go. I have chatted to him about the weather, and he has said that the worst of the rain has passed, and that the race should start on time. So that is good to hear, because that's the only thing I was concerned about today was that. I mean, I don't mind a wet race, but what I don't like is the delays. So yeah, that is good to hear if he is correct. And looking at the forecast, it doesn't look like it's going to be as bad probably as maybe it was looking yesterday. So it's going to be wet, but it's not going to be maybe as wet as it was again looking yesterday. So yeah, this is going to be a brilliant race day, a competitive race throughout the field for the win, for the podium, for all the positions. And we will also find out truly who some of the best on the grid are today in what will be very challenging conditions around. What you have to remember is a street circuit, and driving in the wet around a street circuit is incredibly difficult with all the painted lines and all of that, and obviously how tight it is in certain areas of the track. So yeah, this is going to be a very interesting Grand Prix. In this build up to the Grand Prix, though, as we have got just under 2 hours to go until lights out, hopefully, I'm going to go through the usual build up to the race, take you through what happened yesterday, go through what our starting grid is. We'll go through the sector time data to understand why qualifying ended up the way it did. I'll also go through the speed trap data, which might indicate who might be running a wet setup and who might not. And then, of course, I'll get into my final race predictions, and we'll get into some final stats before the Grand Prix itself as well. And of course, we'll be hearing from you guys in the chat, I'm sure plenty before lights out. So if you do have any predictions or thoughts as to what will happen in this Grand Prix coming up in just under 2 hours' time, post it in the live chat, and I will get to reading as many comments as I can during this build-up after I've gone through, all the stats and numbers from yesterday. Also, there is a poll running at the top of the live chat where I've asked you guys, who do you think wins today's Australian Grand Prix? Will it be Lando Norris, Oscar Piastri, Max Verstappen, or George Russell? That is the top four on the grid, by the way, in that order. So out of those four, who do you think wins the race? Or do you think one of the Ferrari drivers wins the race miraculously from the fourth row of the grid? Let me know in the chat. And like I said, I'll get to your comments, as many of your comments as I can, before the beginning of the Grand Prix. And also, obviously, because of the wacky time it is for a lot of us, obviously in Europe and kind of as well North and South America, hope no matter what time zone you're in and what part of the world you're in, I hope you're all having as safe and as good a time as possible, given whatever circumstances you are going through. And I hope you can all join me today in watching along and at least enjoying the first Grand Prix of the year. And yeah, the timing of this race pretty good for some of you guys in America, for example. Late Saturday night Grand Prix. So yeah, It should be good for you guys. Not so great for us in Europe, but I mean, we have to put up with this pain that, of course, people in Australia and Asia have to put up with on a regular basis after these first three Grand Prix. Obviously, next week will be in China, another early morning race for us. And then a couple of weeks after that, Japan. And then I think the next or the last early morning race is in November for the Las Vegas Grand Prix. So, yeah, we will obviously put up with that pain. And to be honest, no matter when the race starts, I would obviously be here. No chance I would not be here. But, even with the race starting at the time, it is. But yeah, let's get into first what happened yesterday and why we have the starting grid that we do. So let me just hide the countdown and let's get into, firstly, the results from qualifying. McLaren taking the front row, as I expected. The gap, though, between them and the rest, a lot bigger than I expected it to be. I thought it would be a tenth, maybe 2/10 at most. Almost 4/10 of a second between Lando on pole and Max in third in the Red Bull, the first non-McLaren car. So yeah, incredible speed McLaren had on that final run. McLaren finally unleashed the pace that I think we all knew they had. McLaren still are downplaying how quick they really are by pretending that Ferrari are much, much quicker than they actually are. Ferrari are quicker than they were yesterday, there's no doubt about it, but Ferrari are not on the same pace as McLaren. There is absolutely no way that that is the case. McLaren are the quickest team right now. Again, I'm not saying it's 5-6 tenths of a second at least, but McLaren have the best car right now. No doubt about it. And they are the team to beat, which is coming out testing what I said would be the case, at least for these first quarter of the season, probably for the first half of the season, until Red Bull, Mercedes, and Ferrari get some upgrades on and start to close that gap. So, yeah, McLaren, clearly the fastest car, at least in dry conditions. But yeah, Norris on pole, Piastri second. Both drivers doing a great job. Verstappen third. Max probably could have got closer on lap time, but he was never going to get on the front row. The Red Bull just not quick enough to get close enough to those McLarens. George Russell fourth in the Mercedes. Great job by him. Mercedes have clearly improved quite a bit. Remember this time last year, they were way, way, way away from pole position. I think it was like a second or something. And yeah, they've halved that gap. And fourth on the grid is a lot better than obviously last year, where I think they were on the grid. They were like, what, 7th, 8th? Something like that. So, yeah, Mercedes, I think out of the front-running teams compared to the what we saw last year, I think Mercedes have definitely made the biggest step forward out of any of the front-running teams. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But still, they are lagging a bit behind the same powered team in McLaren. Yuki Tsunoda, 5th for Racing Bulls. What a lap from Tsunoda. For me, he was the driver of the day yesterday and has been unbelievably quick all weekend, getting himself right on the third row of the grid, just ahead of Alex Albon in a Williams car that is probably faster than the Racing Bulls car, but Tsunoda delivered an absolutely brilliant lap. I have to say, Racing Bulls do have good pace this weekend, so we have to remember that. It's not like Racing Bulls were absolutely terrible all weekend, and then Tsunoda just magically provided that lap. But he still had to, do the lap he did and out-qualify the two Ferraris and both Williamses, which definitely are quicker than the Racing Bulls car. And he did. So congratulations to Tsunoda. And for Racing Bulls to only be half a second off pole at the first Grand Prix, that's very, very good. And the same for Williams, only just over half a second away from pole at the first Grand Prix. That's very good for them. And remember, Williams have a lot more time in the wind tunnel in the first half of this year compared to McLaren. I think it's an extra 35-40% of wind tunnel time. Not saying Williams are going to be a front running team, but if they can remain within a second in qualifying, away from whoever gets pole in these first few races, and then they can put on some big upgrades that push them forward. You never know. Williams could join that front running pack. It's definitely not impossible. It's definitely not impossible. And then, fourth row of the grid, the two Ferraris, Charles Leclerc and Lewis Hamilton. I still can't believe that they had such a poor qualifying. Qualifying really just got worse and worse for them. We knew, I think, after Q1 and Q2, they definitely did not have the fastest car, but they just seemed to get further away on pace. And then Q3 was just a disaster. Leclerc did not improve on this final lap, and Lewis Hamilton still 0.2 of a second slower than Leclerc, who could have probably improved by a couple tenths of a second, maybe even more. So Hamilton's pace is pretty poor, I have to say, so far this weekend. He has to step it up. I know it's only the first Grand Prix, but his pace is not good enough. Simple as. Leclerc, I think probably if he had done a quick final run, I think he could have got fourth on the grid, but I don't think he would have been ahead of Verstappen. I do think that Ferrari were just quite a bit too slow in qualifying. Now, again, coming out qualifying, we heard from Andrea Stella and Toto Wolff, who were still warning about, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Ferrari still got this apparently magical pace. I don't see it. I think Ferrari, again, they're quite a bit quicker than what they showed in qualifying, but they are not. They don't have the fastest car, and they're not as quick as McLaren. Absolutely no way. They are as far off McLaren as I feared they were at the start of this season, and they have got a bit of work to do, quite a bit of work to do. And I think Ferrari today are going to be a bit lucky that it's going to be a wet race, because I think in the dry, I mean, obviously they would beat Tsunoda and Albon with both Ferraris in the dry, because the Ferrari is definitely quicker than those two cars. But in the dry, I don't think Ferrari would really be anywhere near the race winners, which would be, in dry conditions, let's be honest, McLaren would dominate this race. Verstappen, I'm sure, would try his best, but I'm sure McLaren would dominate this Grand Prix if it was a dry Grand Prix. So, yeah, Ferrari have got to, I think themselves lucky that it's wet, and that they'll probably be a lot closer to maybe the podium and the front in the wet than they would have been if this race was dry. And they've got to hope that it stays wet for as much as possible, because if it does dry out, I don't see Ferrari getting anywhere near the podium, honestly, from where they are on the grid. First job, obviously, is to get past Tsunoda and Albon, and then somehow get into that podium fight. But if they spend too long behind the Racing Bulls and Williams, which are still quick, they're not, way, way slower. So it's not going to be, it's not going to, they're not going to just pass those cars within a lap or two. Once they do get past, though, yeah, it's not going to be easy whatsoever. In terms of why they are on where they are on the grid, though, not just from Leclerc not doing a second lap. In terms of where they're lacking pace-wise, we will get onto that in a moment in terms of the sector time data, because you can tell where they are lacking. And then Pierre Gasly, 9th. Good job from Gasly. Alpine didn't necessarily look like top 10 runners really at all this weekend. But then Gasly put himself in the top 10, keeping up the form from last year. And then Carlos Sainz in P10, 0.3 of a second slower than Albon. I don't know this for sure, but I do suspect that Sainz may have had a slight bit of damage to his car. I don't know why, but I just get that feeling that Carlos may have had like a slightly damaged floor, because for him to be that far off Albon around a track that, I mean, remember, last year Sainz was on the front row for Ferrari and won this Grand Prix, and clearly outpaced Charles Leclerc. So to be 3/10 off Albon in qualifying is quite incredible. So apologies there, just having a quick drink. Yeah, I do suspect that Sainz may have had some damage. If he did, though, that'll be fixed for the Grand Prix, and he should be decently quick in dry and wet conditions. We know in both conditions he's very good. And then the rest of the field, Isaac Hadjar 11th, the quickest of the debutants, the full-time debutants for 2025. Obviously, the other debutants, Bortoleto, Antonelli, Doohan, and Behrman. And yeah, Isaac Hadjar did very well. I know the car is quick. Clearly, the car is pretty quick this weekend, but 11th on the grid, I think that was a really good effort. And he was very close to getting into Q3. So yeah, for a first Grand Prix, let's give credit where credit's due. Fernando Alonso 12th, Lance Stroll 13th, Aston Martin worryingly slow in qualifying. They were clearly slower than Racing Bulls and Williams. They were way quicker than Aston Martin, and even Alpine quite a bit quicker in the end. So yeah, I'm really concerned with Aston Martin's pace. Jack Doohan 14th, bit unlucky in qualifying. He was decent at times, but yeah, I think he was always going to get knocked out in Q2. And then Gabriel Bortoleto 15th. Shame he couldn't really improve on what he did with his first run in Q2. Not saying he would have got into Q3, obviously not. The Sauber's not quick enough, but yeah, could have been a bit of a better lap time there. Kimi Antonelli, 16th on the grid, and the reason he's 16th is because he broke his floor by running a bit too wide at turn 6, caused a loss of downforce, and that's why he couldn't get out of the drop zone. So Antonelli will start from 16th place. A shame, but still, he can make up positions. I have no doubt about that. Nico Hulkenberg, 17th for Sauber. Bit of a surprise. Bortoleto out qualifying Hulkenberg, I have to be honest, but that's the way it ended. Liam Lawson, 18th. Lawson was absolutely pathetic yesterday. I think easily Lawson was the worst driver in qualifying yesterday. We can't say Behrman because he had a gearbox issue. But yeah, Lawson was absolutely terrible. Going off track twice. Just had seemingly no grip. But I don't think it was because the Red Bull had no grip. I think it was just him failing to keep it on track, simply. And then the two Haas's at the back, Esteban Ocon 19th. And Oliver Behrman, yeah, gearbox failed and could not get back out there on track. Behrman has barely done any running this weekend and now has to contend with driving the worst car on the grid in treacherous wet conditions. Hopefully he can get through the race without crashing. But yeah, Haas, incredibly worrying their pace. I don't think suddenly in Shanghai next week they're going to just magically be quicker. This is a serious problem, this pace. I mean, look how far away they were from Antonelli, who only just got eliminated in Q1. 6/10, that is a lot of time, and they are a long way off the pace. They are easily the slowest team. Even Sauber are clearly ahead of them right now. I'm just baffled, really baffled. I don't, especially, I just don't get it. After the end of last season, they had one of the best midfield cars, and I don't see really why it should be much different going into this year. I think someone said in the chat yesterday about, what was it, Haas maybe have not took on the Ferrari front suspension. That that might be hampering things in terms of the mix of parts they have. But yeah, if that's the issue, then obviously they'll have to try and get on top of that. But yeah, it is incredibly worrying how slow they are. Anyway, let's get into the sector time data to understand why it ended up the way it did. The first sector, which is half about your straight line speed and say half about your aerodynamic grip. McLaren, clearly the quickest by 10th of a second over Red Bull. Mercedes, 10th and a half back. I don't think you could really expect more of Mercedes. I think they were doing well enough in the first sector, considering we know McLaren have got more grip than them. Red Bull as well, I don't think could have really done much more. Ferrari, though, definitely could have done a bit more. They should be really, I would say, about a 10th of a second better off in this sector. I mean, yesterday, well, not yesterday, but in Friday practice, Ferrari were slightly quicker than McLaren in the first sector. And then suddenly in qualifying, they're a couple tenths off. So clear drop off there. And that's not all because McLaren decided to suddenly show their pace. It's because, as well, Ferrari just were not doing well enough in that part of the track. So yeah, a 10th of a second at least missing there for the Scuderia. Williams pretty quick. Racing Bulls pretty quick through this part of the lap. Alpine as well. Aston Martin, not as much so for what you would expect from them necessarily. And then Sauber. And then, yeah, Haas. Look how far off they are, the midfield. Half a second off Williams and Racing Bulls in just the first sector. I don't know what they've done to that car, but yeah, that is incredible. And then the middle sector is all about straight line speed. You're completely flat out except for one corner. Red Bull the quickest through here. Mercedes just ahead of McLaren. No real surprise that Red Bull the quickest through here. They do have a very efficient car in a straight line. Williams pretty quick, which is good to see because they weren't very quick in this sector in practice from what I remember. Racing Bulls quick. And then you've got Ferrari, the sixth best team in the middle sector. Now, Charles Leclerc did an interview after qualifying and alluded to the fact that maybe Ferrari had to compromise on something for qualifying. And the assumption was that our Ferrari put a wet setup on. As I will show, I don't think there is clear enough evidence for that. Yes, they were a 10th of a second off Red Bull in in this part of the lap, which you would think would indicate a bit more wing being put on the car for a wet setup. But as I will show with the speed trap data, it doesn't quite show that. So yeah, we'll get onto that soon. But yeah, I don't think necessarily Ferrari have put a wet setup on. Maybe slightly more of a wet setup, but I don't think they've got significantly much more wing on their car than, say, Red Bull, Mercedes, and McLaren have. I don't necessarily believe that. Alpine, decent in the middle sector, considering they've got the slowest or weakest power unit, I guess you would say. Aston Martin, quite a bit off. And then Sauber and Haas, the two slowest teams. Surprising, considering they're both Ferrari powered. The final sector, though, is pretty much the best sector at showcasing who has, at the minute, the best amount of aerodynamic grip, just with the nature of that final sector. And no surprise, McLaren just over a 10th quicker than Ferrari. Mercedes, again, I think doing as well as they really can do, again, given that we know McLaren are superior in this area. Red Bull, though, almost 0.3 of a second or around 0.3 of a second off the pace in the final sector. That right there is why Max could not get anywhere near the front row. Because in that final sector, and simply through the corners, McLaren are clearly quicker than Red Bull. And that is the area Red Bull have got to work on. Simply, it's just bringing more aerodynamic grip to the car with the upgrades I'm sure they've got planned in a few weeks' time. So that's what Red Bull have got to do. I'm sure they can do it, but can they do it in time? We'll have to see. Racing Bulls and Williams pretty quick through the final sector. Alpine decent. Sauber just ahead of Aston Martin. Aston Martin, very disappointing with their downforce in terms of their grip levels. Slower than Sauber in the final sector is just not good enough. And then Haas, a second off McLaren and over half a second slower than Racing Bulls and Williams in just the final sector alone. So what that shows is that the main issue for Haas is grip. They just have absolutely none of it, which means that even though they're pretty slow here, they are going to be even worse next week in Shanghai and in Suzuka as well. Bahrain, maybe we'll see a bit of an upturn from Haas, but yeah, that's going to be the first Grand Prix I think you could really see something from Haas where they're not easily way away at the back of the grid. But obviously this race is going to be wet, but if we're looking at this sector time data in view to next weekend's Grand Prix, which the Shanghai International Circuit is a high aero track, McLaren next week are going to not dominate necessarily, but they will have the best car, no doubt about it. And then Ferrari, encouragingly, are actually through the corners, it appears, over the course of a lap, at least here in Melbourne, appear to be better than Red Bull. Not by much, it's still close, but it appears Ferrari are just ahead in that area. Mercedes, I think, are doing decently as well, but still quite a bit off McLaren. And then Red Bull, struggling quite a bit compared to what we probably would expect from them. So the point I'm trying to make is next week in China, McLaren are the clear favourites. And then after that, it will be a close fight for the podium between Ferrari, Mercedes, and Red Bull. But McLaren should win next weekend's Grand Prix, even if it's a wet race next week in Shanghai, which, let me just check the weather to see if it'll be a wet race next week, even though I know the weather could easily change. I'll just have a quick look anyway. And no, it's going to be hot and sunny all weekend. So, yeah, in the dry, McLaren, I think, easily get pole and win next weekend. So, it is crucial for McLaren to win here in Melbourne. Even if they don't get the 1-2, as long as they win this race, then, with next week's race being where it is, you would really struggle to deny that they are going to win the first couple, or maybe even the first 3 races of the season, because obviously Suzuka is a track that should suit their car quite nicely. So, yeah, McLaren are the team to beat, which is no surprise. We knew that coming out of testing. We could tell from the way the team was acting, their body language, all of that. McLaren have got the best car, and everybody else has to catch up. But thankfully, the other teams, even though they're a bit behind in that area of, aerodynamic grip, they're not miles off. All it takes is one upgrade. And I think, Ferrari, Mercedes, or Red Bull, if they can get that one upgrade that really works for them, they'll be right there with McLaren, if not ahead. So that's all it takes. And that's what we need to patiently wait for, is to see whether any of those teams can make that jump. Whether it's with an upgrade, say, when we get to, say, Miami or Imola in May, or whether it comes after that, maybe midway through the season at the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. Sometime in that time frame, one of those teams, I feel, is going to make that jump forward and join McLaren at the front. And if I was to be, if I was a betting man, I would bet on Red Bull to make that jump. But we will see. We will see. Anyway, let's go on to the best top speeds from qualifying. And Red Bull, very quick at high speed. I do wonder if Red Bull did trim a slight bit of wing off just to make sure they were in qualifying a bit closer to the front, because I mean they knew it was going to be so close in qualifying, and to a degree it did help. I mean Max was the quickest in the middle sector out of any team slash driver. As you can see though, Ferrari only slightly behind and had the second best top speed of any team in the main speed trap. The main speed trap, by the way, is located between turn 8 and 9. It's that long DRS section as you approach the turn 9, 10 fast chicane. And yeah, Ferrari, a very good top speed. So, do Ferrari have a wet setup on their car? I don't think they do. I think when Leclerc says we had to compromise, I think what he means is they probably had to add a tad more wing to the car purely to be closer to McLaren through the corners, which in the final sector, I think they were a tad closer than probably we expected. But I think in turn, that probably did upset the balance of the car to a degree. I think that's what he means. I don't think it means that Ferrari have clearly got a wet setup on and the rest have got a dry setup. I don't believe that for a second. So do not be expecting Ferrari to just fly through the field. If they do, great, but I don't think you should expect it. Williams, very good top speed. Racing Bulls as well. Aston Martin, decent top speed. Maybe that's why they were a tad slower in the first and third sector, because they maybe had to compromise to a degree with the, making sure their top speed was decent. Alpine a bit further off, which no surprise. McLaren a bit further off. Teams like Ferrari and Red Bull by 2 or 3 kilometers an hour. But again, no surprise. McLaren have always had one of the slowest cars in a straight line. Same for Mercedes-Benz. The Mercedes power unit is not necessarily the best. I know the Williams, Mercedes-powered Williams obviously is right up there, but I think that's probably because Williams have probably a slight bit less wing on the car, or at least did, with their setup to make sure they were a bit quicker in qualifying. And then Sauber and Haas at the back. But look how far Ocon is with his top speed off of everybody else. 5 kilometers an hour off Sauber. And then, I mean, compared to, say, Williams, nearly 10 kilometers an hour. As Martin Brundle would say, if something hit you at 10 kilometers an hour, you would know about it. That is absolutely massive and unexplainable as to why that is. But yeah, Haas in every area seemingly absolutely nowhere. It appears their car is terrible at just about everything. But coming back to the qualifying results here, in the wet, it's probably going to be a bit different, but in the in the dry, I just want to go through what I think the pecking order was yesterday. McLaren clearly the quickest. Red Bull, I would say, second. Ferrari, I think, were quicker than Mercedes over a single lap, but Ferrari just didn't deliver the lap in the end to to actually get the result they deserved, I guess, which would have been probably a fourth at best. So yeah, I think Ferrari were quicker than Mercedes, only just. And then Mercedes, I would say just about fourth. Fifth, I would say honestly Williams. I think Williams are quicker than Racing Bulls, despite Tsunoda doing the lap he did. And then yeah, Racing Bulls, I would say sixth. Seventh, Alpine. Eighth, Aston Martin. Ninth, Sauber. And 10th, obviously, Haas. So, yeah, that is the pecking order, I think, from this qualifying session, which, compared to the pecking order I predicted, I predicted the pecking order this weekend to be McLaren, and then I think Ferrari, Red Bull, Mercedes, and then after that I had it as I think Williams, Aston Martin. Or no, was it Williams, then Alpine, then Aston Martin, and then Haas, Racing Bulls, and Sauber. So yeah, I was not entirely incorrect, but a bit incorrect in the end. But let me get on to my final prediction for this Australian Grand Prix. This prediction I have done based on if it is a full wet race. When I say full wet race, I don't mean necessarily that they would be on the wet tyres the entire time. It's based on whether whether they're on inters or wet tyres. It doesn't matter as long as they're not on the dry tyres. That is what this is based on. By the way, at the track, Sky F1 have just gone live, and it's not raining at the minute. The track is very wet, but it is not raining. But there is still the odd passing shower that is coming through. So, yeah. Anyway, let's get on to my prediction. Again, based on if it is a full wet race. I am going for the home win. Oscar Piastri, I think, wins the Australian Grand Prix. Max Verstappen, I'm going in second instead of Lando Norris in third. Obviously, Max in the wet, we know how formidable he is. Lando, I was not impressed whatsoever from what he did in the wet last time in Brazil. And based on that type of wet weather form, yeah, I'm not too confident about Lando's chances. And plus, with Oscar alongside him on the grid, we saw a few times last season Oscar outdo Lando on race day. And I think that will be the case today. Yeah, Piastri to win, I think, from Verstappen second, Norris third, Russell fourth, also gone with the predicted gaps you can see there. Russell, I think, will finish fourth, and then the two Ferraris, fifth and sixth, Leclerc fifth, Hamilton sixth, Tsunoda seventh, Albon eighth, Sainz, I think, will finish in ninth, and Pierre Gasly will finish in 10th. And if this was to end up the way it did, obviously for the Drivers' Championship, it would be in that order coming out of this race. But for the Constructors, McLaren would be on 40 points, at least. Obviously, we don't know. Oh, no, the fastest lap points actually got away for this season, hasn't it? Yeah. So, yeah, McLaren would be on 40 points if this prediction came true. Red Bull and Ferrari would be level on 18 points, but Red Bull would be ahead. So it would be Red Bull second, Ferrari third. Mercedes would be fourth on 12 points, and then Williams would be fifth on 6 points. Oh no, Racing Bulls would be fifth on 6 points, then Williams on 6 points in sixth, and then Alpine would be seventh, then whoever after that. Probably then Aston Martin, then Sauber, then Haas. So that's how I expect the Constructors' Championship will look coming out of this Grand Prix. But of course, I could be very wrong. A lot of the time, I do tend to be mostly correct, but there are times where I'm almost entirely incorrect. And again, if it's one of those days, so be it. I would love to see, for example, a Racing Bulls or a Williams or even Gasly in the Alpine on the podium. That would be absolutely brilliant stuff. But let me just wait for the next minute to tick over, and then we'll switch back to the main screen, and I'll get the timer back on screen as we have got an hour and 20 minutes to go, guys, until lights out in Melbourne. And looking at the conditions, I think the race is definitely going to start on time, which is good. So, yeah, let me just wait for the next minute to tick over so I can get this timer correct. There you go. An hour and 20 minutes until beginning of the Formula One season of 2025. Now, for the next, say, 45 minutes, it's going to be time now to go through your comments in the chat. Let me know, guys. What do you think is going to happen in this Grand Prix? Who do you think wins? Will it be Piastri? Will it be Norris? Will it be Verstappen? Will it be Russell? Will Ferrari somehow win the Australian Grand Prix from the fourth row of the grid? Let me know in either the poll or the chat. Talking of Ferrari, by the way, the last time the Australian Grand Prix was won from the fourth row of the grid was in 2013 by Kimi Räikkönen, who won from seventh in the dry, which is, I think, just the most impressive thing about that win that day was that he came back from seventh on the grid in the dry and won and did a stop less than everybody else. So yeah, one of Raikkonen's best ever wins in my view. As sorry, just having another drink again. Sky F1 are just going through a on board of the pole position lap, or the Piastri's lap in Q3 and how it compared to Lando. But anyway, let's get on to your comments. And good to see a decent amount of you at this time of the morning. I know the majority of my audience is European. There's a decent amount of you from North America as well. But yeah, I appreciate the commitment. Rook saying, prediction Oscar wins, Niv gets very drunk and sings. Our man trackside, just say it, our man on the ground. Pretty much, yeah. I do hope, even though he's been absolutely pissed on today, he's had to put up with the worst of the weather, which we won't see in this Grand Prix. Hopefully, the race pays him back. Hello to Miss Marquise, by the way, as well. I know you're from Australia. Hope you can enjoy this Grand Prix. I'm sure Astro will join us at some point. Maybe Brabham as well. Laurie Rostogi saying Williams has been by far the biggest surprise so far. By the way, hello to you, Laurie. I know you've been a regular. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, Williams have been the biggest surprise. They straight away in testing, you could see with the lap time improvement easily that they were a lot quicker, and that's why I've predicted them this season to finish fifth in the championship, because I think, especially with that quite a bit extra wind tunnel time they've got for the year, or at least for the first half of the year, I think that's really going to benefit them as the season rolls on. So, yeah. I really hope Williams finish fifth as well, because it's been nearly 10 years since Williams last finished in the top 5 of the championship. It was 2017, 8 years ago, which, God, that makes me feel old. That was almost 10 years ago, 2017. I actually, in the build up to this Grand Prix, Sky F1, they show a lot of the older Australian Grand Prix that have happened, obviously, whether it was before Sky F1 got the coverage or not. They did show the full Australian Grand Prix of 2017. Obviously, that was the last year without the halo, and God, the cars it's like a different universe. The cars look so much different and so much smaller without the halo. And obviously those cars are quite a bit smaller than the current cars, which, were made a lot bigger with these ground effect regulations to ensure that, the following of another car could be better. So, yeah, just absolutely mental looking back at that. Laurie's saying from a post I saw on Instagram, I heard Ferrari have gone for a wet setup. Again, that's what people are assuming, but I don't think, again, we have clear enough evidence for that. We will see, though, in the race, if they are, like, way quicker than the front four, then yeah, they've clearly got a wet setup on. Thing is, though, the radar is proving to be a bit drier um than it was looking yesterday. And if it does maybe dry out at certain points, that might hurt them if they have gone for a wet setup. But I don't think they have. I don't think they have. Laurie's saying Bortoletto did well, especially considering it's his first qualifying. Absolutely. Um, R. Escobar, how bad is it raining there? The rain, the worst of the rain has come and gone. The really heavy rain was like a couple hours ago. The heavy rain is gone now for the rest of the day. It is currently raining at the track. I'm watching Sky F1. They've got their umbrellas up, and it is quite windy as well. But the rain, it's not heavy rain. It's like light showers. Which, light showers during the race will you keep the track wet, which will keep us happy. But there's no more heavy rain on the radar, I'm pretty sure. And as really the day goes on, the chance of rain lessens, and we've still got an hour and 12 minutes to go until the race begins. So, yeah. But, yeah, thankfully, I think the race will start on time. That's the main thing. That was the only thing I was really concerned about looking at the radar was, oh, God, we're going to have like a 2-hour delay and I'm going to have to talk about whatever for, for hours on end. By the way, smash a like button if you haven't already. We're on 18 likes. Let's try and get up to 30 plus likes if we can in the next, say, half an hour. Obviously, smashing the like button does help the channel in the algorithm and does help show me that you guys enjoy the content on this channel, particularly, obviously, these watch-alongs. Polish Eddie says East Coast USA here. Good to see. Obviously, for you guys, it's pretty decent timing. As on the East Coast, it's about to be 10 o'clock at night, I think? Maybe 9 o'clock, something like that. So, yeah, it's pretty decent time for you guys. And yeah, Polish Ellie saying not as bad as it was for F2. The Formula 2 race was, as he said, cancelled because when they tried to do the race, the rain was at its worst. But since then, it's calmed down quite a bit. Still, again, quite windy, and there is still showers passing through, but the worst of the weather has come and gone, thankfully. Frank Triggs says picking fastest sector is not representative for the Ferrari as they can't put together a lap without losing the car somewhere. I see what you mean in terms of they're lacking that consistency because, yeah, they're making the odd mistake here and there and the car's a bit maybe hard to drive. But I think looking at that is still representative enough because what it shows is the potential of what they could do if they nailed all the sectors and did all the best possible sectors they could. And as you saw with that data, compared to McLaren, they were a tenth? They were a couple tenths off in the first sector, and then about half a tenth off McLaren in the middle sector. So that's quarter of a second, and then they were a further tenth and a quarter off in the final sector. So in reality, in qualifying, they were about the same distance away from McLaren as Red Bull were. So again, that it shows the potential of what they could do, rather than, I completely understand what you're saying, but I think that's what we most want to know is with the Ferrari is potentially what could it have done yesterday, and yeah, I think at best either third or fourth. I think probably fourth is more likely where Leclerc would have been, just behind Verstappen, just ahead of Russell. But yeah, Ferrari are definitely slower than McLaren. I know McLaren are still trying to play down how quick they are and act like Ferrari have got the same pace as them. That is not true. McLaren are clearly quicker than Ferrari. There is no doubt about that. And next week will prove absolutely that that is the case, because Ferrari are not going to be on the same level as McLaren next week. Absolutely no chance. And talking of the Chinese Grand Prix, I just want to quickly get into what my content plan is for the next Grand Prix and, well, what it is for the next week or so. So, obviously, I'm doing this stream, and hopefully the race, doesn't go too long in terms of if there is any delays. Hopefully, it's not a massive one. So, we'll be streaming probably for the next, what, 3.5 hours, probably. Normally, these streams end up being about 4.5 hours. So, yeah. That should be the case again, as long as there's no big delays, which I hope there is not. Tomorrow, probably tomorrow night, on Monday night here in the UK, I will be uploading my podcast reviewing the Australian Grand Prix. So yeah, that'll be out for you guys on Monday, and then my next bit of content will be next Friday night, where I will be doing yet another qualifying preview for two reasons. One, because qualifying next week is an early morning, obviously qualifying, and I know that timing wise is not really good for a lot of you guys. So that's why I'm doing it. One reason I'm doing it, but second reason I'm doing it is because I will not be doing a qualifying watch along next week. I will only be doing a race watch along. And of course, I know the first sprint race is next weekend as well. Obviously, I won't be covering that. I did not cover any sprint races, last year, so I won't be doing any this year. So yeah, the plan for the next Grand Prix is I'll be live at probably 8 p.m. UK time for the qualifying preview on Friday night. Then Saturday, like I said, I won't be doing any content, won't be doing a qualifying watch along. But then Sunday morning, I will be live a couple hours before the race at 5 a.m. UK time. I think I'll be going live. And then the race starts at 7 a.m. here in the UK. And I will be joined, I'm pretty sure, by Niblo on commentary. So, and then, of course, the day after that Grand Prix on the Monday will be another podcast reviewing the Chinese Grand Prix. So, between now and next Monday, not this Monday, but the Monday after, which would be, the 24th of March, you've got this stream, 2 podcast episodes, a qualifying preview stream on the Friday, and then a race watch along next Sunday. So still plenty of content heading your way in the next week or so. And then in terms of any content I do in between the Chinese and Japanese Grand Prix, we'll have to see. Depends if there's anything worth doing a video on from what we've seen from the first couple races. But yeah, we'll see on that. Space Lord says Haas just a turd of a team. That's your opinion. I don't mind them. I think they've got a good um you know, togetherness. I think the mechanics and engineers, I think they're a decent bunch. Miss Marquise says my prediction is Leclerc third, Norris second, Max first. That would be some podium given where everyone's starting. Frank Triggs says I reckon the science has gone for higher wings for the wet. We'll get through the field. That could be as well. That could be another reason, maybe, why Carlos was 3/10 off the pace of Albon. I was thinking maybe a broken floor because we did see it with a couple other cars. I think Alonso had a broken floor. Antonelli, we know, did. So, yeah. Either that or, yeah, maybe Carlos has gone for the wet setup to make sure he's right in there today. Frank Triggs gives their prediction, which is, by the way, hello to Nib. I'll read your comments out in a minute. Let me just scroll back up. Frank Triggs says, for their prediction, Lando to win from Oscar, and then Russell third, Max fourth, Leclerc fifth, Sainz sixth, Albon seventh, and Hamilton eighth. McLaren, like I said, they should win this race, even though Max in the wet is, an incredible driver. I think he's going to have to do something quite special today, given how good McLaren look. I think given the wet conditions, though, I would be not shocked if McLaren got a 1-2, but I'm not expecting it in the wet. If it's dry, though, yeah, McLaren 100% will get the 1-2 because easily in the dry, especially with heavier fuel on board. And we saw that in testing. McLaren had a really good race pace. Also, though, if it does dry out, watch out for Mercedes. They did have some good long run pace in Bahrain as well. And I do think Russell is a dark horse today because he's been really good. From what we saw yesterday, I thought he was very, very good. Russell did the absolute best he could. He's got a good grid position for today, and I think with Russell, as long as he can get on the podium, I think he'll be happy with that. Especially given that last year Mercedes had a double DNF at this Grand Prix. Zachary Grodsky says, yes, 7:40 p.m. here in Vegas. Yeah, perfect for you guys on the West Coast. Paulie says, I'm Australian. I would like to Oscar to win, but do think it'll be Max Orlando. Like to see a podium for Oscar and doing top 10. Doing top 10, I think there is a possibility of that. The Alpine car is good enough for it, but we'll see what Doohan can do from 14th on the grid. Alan in chat says Ferrari could surprise us. Williams are definitely no slouch, but tipping Piastri for the win. Both McLarens on the podium. Same prediction pretty much as me. Frank Triggs says Lewis said he doesn't even know how the range settings work for the Ferrari. Alan says he's a Yorkshireman living in New South Wales, but still tipping Oscar for the win. Go the Aussies. And there is Nib in chat, and let me just check your DM because I haven't checked since I started the stream. So just give me a second. And yeah, it looks nowhere near as bad as it was. The video that you just sent. So yeah, as on Sky they're showing, I think, the multitude of Oliver Behrman's crashes. As Behrman, by the way, will be starting from the pit lane. Paulie says Chance of chaos. 6 rookies and the rare talent called Lance could make for interesting viewing. It could. Yeah, this is the first time we've had a lot of, I guess, rookies on the grid for quite a while. I mean, yeah, Doohan, yeah, he did a Grand Prix in Abu Dhabi. Behrman has done a couple Grand Prix before, but, this is their full-time debut today. So, yeah, we could get some chaos. I hope not, though, because, I wouldn't like to see half the field just wiped out like, well, it wasn't even half the field, was it? It was like most of the field in that 2002 race. But that was the funny thing about that was that was in the dry, that start line crash that year, where most of the field just slammed into each other. And then we ended up, I think it went from like 22 cars to like 9 after like 3 laps. All caused by Ralph Schumacher flying over the top of Barrichello, which then sent Efron into a tailspin. Uh, Harlandinho, interesting name. Yuki will beat Lawson and take his seat midway through. Unless Lawson is absolutely diabolically bad, I don't think so, because, again, Red Bull just clearly have no interest in putting Tsunoda in that car. If they did, they would have put him in that car a couple years ago. But, yeah, they've gone for Lawson, and like I said earlier, Lawson in qualifying was so poor. I wasn't expecting him to be, up in the top 5 or anything, but I thought, at least, given that he has struggled this weekend, I thought he would at least be like 12th, 13th, something like that. But yeah, 18th on the grid, 2 seconds off pole in a Red Bull. Come on. That is just humiliating. And as well, being out qualified by the guy who's just replaced you at Racing Bulls by, I mean, Hadjar was nearly a second quicker with his lap time. So, yeah, just embarrassing. Very, very embarrassing for Lawson. I think, if Lawson was performing at his best, then really he should have been, I would say, splitting the 2 Ferraris on the grid. I think that's probably where he should be. Say 8th, just behind Leclerc, just ahead of Hamilton. That's probably about where Lawson should be. 4th row of the grid, which I know is still maybe not great, but Red Bull are closer to the midfield, it looks like, than they are to the very top. So you can't really, you know, get too disappointed about that, because, again, Red Bull's pace is a bit disappointing in its own. So yeah, that's where Lawson should be, but he's about, 11 places lower on the grid than that. Lawson was a bad choice. Red Bull regret not taking uni, or could regret. They will, because Tsunoda eventually will be hired by, I think, like an Aston Martin, or a front-running team will take him on eventually if he keeps up these performances, because, the more reliable he proves to be, if a front-running team needs a reliable number 2 driver, he's going to be one of the drivers they look at, 100%. But at the minute, if you look at all the front-running teams, 3 of the 4 of them have got 2 number 1 level drivers. And the only team that, he could probably race for is Red Bull. But like I've said, Red Bull have shown that they're just not interested. So talking of Tsunoda, they're doing a piece on him now on Sky. As what do you call it? Nib earlier in the chat saying should be a standing start, and yeah, looking at the conditions, I think definitely we'll get a standing start. Rook says, I hate the sprints as much as the next man, but maybe you should consider it if you miss quali. Nah, there's no point because I would still have to stay up to like a stupid time in the morning, and I don't want to ruin my sleeping pattern too much. That's the only annoying thing this weekend is, and obviously I was always going to do the qualifying and race watch along because this is the first Grand Prix of the season, so, so be it. But my sleeping pattern has been really good the last few weeks, and the only thing that's ruined that has been this Grand Prix, covering this Grand Prix. So, yeah, because I've got uni and that, I don't want to ruin my sleeping pattern by staying up till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning to do a sprint race, watch along, when we'll probably end up getting like 2 overtakes if we're lucky. So, yeah. And I know the sprint race at China last year was half decent, but that was only because Alonso was basically at the head of a train and was slow as hell. Mickey asking, do you think the full wets will be rubbish again? Probably. I think with the way the weather conditions are going, I think it's likely that they'll probably try to start on the intermediate tires. Obviously, when they do laps around the track on the way to the grid before the race, they'll get a good idea of whether it's, whether it's appropriate conditions for either the full wet or the inter. But yeah, as soon as they can, they will be on the intermediate tires because the full wet tires just doesn't have any grip. Unfortunately, it's too far away grip wise from the inter, and that's why the drivers don't like it. But let me just have a look at Pirelli's Twitter to see if they've made any tweets. They have tweeted out what the possible race strategies are if it is a dry race. And according to them, there are 2 options. Either a one-stop strategy, which is start on the medium tyre, pit between lap 20 and 26, and then finish the race on the hard tyre. Or you could start on the medium, pit between lap 13 and 19, go on to a set of hard tyres, and then pit again between lap 33 and 39, and then finish the race on another set of hard tyres. And then there's 2 more 2-stop options, which is either start on the soft tyre, the C5 compound, and pit between laps 6 and 12, which would be incredibly early. Then go on to the hard tyre, pit again between lap 30 and 36, and then finish again on another set of hard tyres. Or the final option on the 2-stop is pit between lap 6 and 12 if you start on the soft tyre, and then pit again between lap 26 and 32, switching from medium then to the hard compound tyres. So I think because of the much cooler conditions, if it was dry, I'm pretty sure they would all do a one-stop strategy. If it was as hot as yesterday and the sun was out, then yeah, I think I think we'd probably get a 2-stop for quite a lot of the teams, but it's likely not to be dry in this race, obviously. The Woden, good to see you, mate, says, how many laps will Behrman last before crashing or spinning? Well, let's see if he makes, well, actually, I'm trying to think. Will he do any laps around the track before he starts at the end of the pit lane? If he does do any laps around the track, then he might end up crashing out before the race even begins. We've seen that before. I remember Grosjean in the Haas did that in Brazil one time. I think 2016, I think it was. And sadly, I remember for Grosjean, he was in like a really good grid position, and then he just binned it big time on his way to the grid. Um, Trigg says, I wonder if someone will gamble starting on Inters. Yeah, just it all depends again on what the track condition is really like, and the drivers. Yeah, they'll find out on the laps they do, around the track before they head to the grid. But if you're an Antonelli in 16th or Lawson in 18th, why not start on a set of Inters? It could, I mean, for Antonelli, it could take him from 16th right into the fight for the podium. So it's worth it for certain drivers. Good to have you back, Shazza. Cheers for that. Great to be back. I know, again, it's only been 3 months, which is relatively short of a gap between the end of one season and the start of another. We used to have a much bigger gap. I remember it used to be, when I started watching F1, it'd be like 4 months between the end of a season and the start of a new one. And as Sky F1 are now doing a Lewis Hamilton piece, of course, this is his debut race for Ferrari. What can he do in these wet conditions? Hopefully something, because he's been pretty poor in dry conditions so far this weekend, I have to say. Yeah, when Lewis Hamilton started, the season would finish in like October, and then wouldn't start until about this time of year, mid-March. That's what, like 6 months almost. So we've got it a lot better these days in terms of not having to wait as long. But yeah, I probably because of how busy I've been with uni work, it does feel like I've been away from the watch along and streaming for a long time. But yeah, great to be back and cannot wait to cover this Formula One season. As Nib, I think a few minutes ago, said the light rain here is expected to stop in 15 minutes and then should be good after that. Mickey says maybe do 3 compounds of wet tires like they do for dry tires. No, I think what would be better if is just like like an uh like another intermediate tire just with more grooves on it, or so something. If you want to call it the wet tire, call it the wet tire, but it needs to be a lot closer to what the intermediate is, because the full wet tire has been pretty bad these last few years in terms of the grip it delivers for the for the drivers. Nib saying he's not lying about his sleep schedule, sadly. Yeah, it's weird. For years I would be up all night, sleep all day, and maybe uni has helped with this, but I have literally been naturally waking up at like 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, and then going to sleep at like 10 o'clock at night. I'm like, oh yeah, I have like turned into an old man or something. I don't understand it. I never thought I'd be able to naturally wake up, in that way, early in the morning and go sleep naturally at night. The only time it ever used to happen was if I was forced to, whether it was for school, university, college, whatever you want to call it, or work. But yeah, I've somehow been able to do it these last few weeks, and like I said, I don't want to ruin it too much. So once obviously we're done with this Grand Prix, I'm gonna have to try and get it back to that, and should be able to do it. And then yeah, it actually will suit me better, the early morning race next week, being the stream starting at 5 and the race starting at 7, because that'll be actually a lot closer to the time I wake up in the morning, rather than having to wake up in the middle of the night, as Guy F1 are desperately, with their pundits, trying to hang on to their umbrellas as they're on the starting grid. We're just under 45 minutes away from the start of the Australian Grand Prix. So keep your comments coming. I will probably in about 10 minutes or so post the link of the stream out again. And we will go through a couple more things before lights out. Of course, I will go through the teams again and just give my final thoughts on how the teams should perform in this race. I'll go through right before lights out some final stats. And of course, your starting grid for the Australian Grand Prix. And then we'll get into the race itself. 58 lap Grand Prix it will be. The Woden saying Grosjean was easily one of the most dangerous drivers ever. Remember that rejoin where he just floored it back onto the track with cars driving straight at him? Yeah, that was it Spain 2018 or 19? I think it was 2018. Yeah, that was absolutely awful. And I remember he took out like 3 or 4 other cars doing that, because he ended up coming back on, spinning, and then just created so much tyre smoke that you just couldn't see. And that's why I think a few other cars ended up just uh, having to drive into the tyre smoke, but then ended up driving into other people. So, yeah. Grosjean had many a first lap accident in his Formula One career, including obviously the last Grand Prix he ever did, where somehow miraculously escaped with his life. Obviously, that accident was not his fault whatsoever. But yeah, I think Roman Grosjean to me is kind of like a bit of a what if for me, because on his day he was so quick. There were many times when he was teammates with Kimi Raikkonen at Lotus where he was quicker. If you go look at the qualifying head-to-heads, Grosjean did pretty well against Raikkonen in 2012 and 13. If only Grosjean could have been as good as Kimi was on race day, Roman would have been a top Formula One driver. But again, he had the pace. He just had he just didn't have a calm head whatsoever. And then, unfortunately, he just got quite bad in the last couple of years of his career. Fell off a cliff of performance, unfortunately. Nib saying Lawson starting from the pit lane. No surprise. Timu Undy says, "Are you ready? Are you guys ready for a do and win?" Um, Todd saying race starts at 11 p.m. here. I took a late afternoon nap for this. Yeah, I had a few hours nap as well before the stream. I woke up about 3 hours ago. So yeah, I feel decent. I feel better for this stream than I felt yesterday. Yesterday I only had like a couple hours sleep before the stream, but I've had about 5-6 hours sleep last night or a few hours ago. As the cars are coming out of the pit lane now, and Karim Chandok has just pointed out that Lewis Hamilton is on a set of intermediate tyres to leave the pit lane. So Ferrari are going to try out whether the Inter is good enough, but everybody else looks to be on a full wet compound. So we will see. As Oscar Piastri was saying on the track, on a full wet compound, just coming through the first couple corners. And yeah, it's wet. Still pretty wet on the track, but I would say it still looks to be too wet, at least through the first couple corners for intermediate tyres. But if anyone can make it work, Lewis Hamilton is one of those drivers. Camrock 2006 says it's going to be fun seeing Lewis winning with Ferrari and continue his already legendary career, breaking his own records. Let's hope he can get to that level and perform at that level. But again, unfortunately, so far this weekend, it's been a bit more of the same of what we saw last year. But again, today, a bit of a reset almost. You know, no real pressure from 8th on the grid. Obviously, wet conditions where Hamilton excels, and maybe Ferrari do have a wet setup on their car. We'll have to find out in the race, I think, to really know if that's the case. As Piastri we're looking at going around the track, and there is a lot of spray and a lot of water on the track, but it doesn't look like it's bad enough to where we can't start on time. And we've still got another 35 minutes almost to go. And if it doesn't really rain anymore, then the track will continue to get into better condition. As we're seeing Hamilton now on the intermediate, on the run up to turn 9 and 10. And he's not pushing as hard as Piastri was on his lap round, and that's probably because he's trying to take it easy on these inters and find out whether there is enough grip under him on these tyres for them to be used at the start of the Grand Prix. But I would say no. I think there's too much water on the track at the moment. But again, at the moment, in 30 minutes time, 35 minutes time, it might be a different story. Mickey asks, you think we'll see more 10-second penalties this year? Probably. I mean, if they're gonna be, if they're gonna be that strict, then I'd like to see them consistent across the board. So, yeah, probably. And talking of 10-second penalties, here is Max Verstappen, who incurred a couple of those back in Mexico a few months ago. And Verstappen is out there on the wets. These are the conditions where Max is at his most confident and best. Can he obliterate the field again like he did in Sao Paulo back in early November? If he can, it will only illustrate once again what we already know, that he is the best driver in the world. And would really help his championship bid if he was to win this race, especially given that in these early races, I don't think Red Bull are going to be winning a lot. And you're probably, if you're a Red Bull fan and you want to see Red Bull winning on a regular basis, you're probably going to have to wait until midway through the season at the earliest for that to be the case. I would say. And by the way, cheers to Nib, who's just said that he's going to go and enjoy the race now, and hopefully has a good time. I know yesterday he was at turn 11. I don't know if he's going to be at turn 11 again. Probably he will. That is a good spot to stand at if you do go to the Australian Grand Prix, one of the main overtaking spots. So, yeah. Hopefully he enjoys this Grand Prix. And again, all the rain he's had to put up with, it will he'll be paid back with a good race. As we're seeing a replay of Ocon locking up and almost going down the escape road at turn 11. Frank says Williams had no repairs overnight, so Sainz's floor was okay. Wet setup more likely. Okay, I thought there was some sort of reason why he was off the pace. So I mean, what you said, yeah, seems definitely a lot more plausible. Hello to Yanni in the chat. Good to see you. As we're just over half an hour away. And yeah, Frank saying looks too far wet for Inters, and yeah, I think if it doesn't rain again, I think they will still probably start on the wets, but I don't think it would be massively too long into the race before they switched on to a set of Inters, as Tsunoda is back in his garage and they're putting new tyres on it, and I think they might be putting Inters on that car, maybe just to test out what the Inter is like. I hope Tsunoda hasn't got an issue. I don't think he has. There's no work going on to his car. But all the cars, of course, have got to be out of the pit lane in the next 2 minutes if they want to start on the grid. As here is, we're seeing on the track now, Leclerc, is it? Yeah. And Leclerc is out there on the full wet. And yeah, he visibly looks like he's got a lot more grip than Hamilton had on the Inter. As now Lando is out there on the intermediate tyre, testing that compound out. They've got to do this, even though it's you're taking the risk of maybe aquaplaning out there, because if we get to the start of the race and we're right on the crossover from wets to inters, if someone starts on inters and thus skips a pit stop, that saves, 20, 21 seconds of time. That could be the difference between winning and not winning, or finishing on the podium and finishing 10th. So, this is important stuff we're seeing as Norris now comes onto the grid, of course, starting from pole. McLaren's first pole position and front row lockout it is in Melbourne since the first Australian Grand Prix that I ever watched live, 2012. Well, Hamilton and Button were on the front row, and then Jensen got the jump from second, which is what I think Piastri will do to Norris, and then Button went on to win that Grand Prix. But, right, keep your comments coming. And the reason I say that is because I am just going to quickly post a link of the stream out one final time before we get this race underway in half an hour. So just give me a second, guys. Come join us here to watch along the first Grand Prix of 2025. conditions in Melbourne. So hopefully we'll get a few more joining us. There you go. Mickey says, there's talking about a rolling start as I feared. A rolling start I actually think would be worse in these conditions because going down into turn one, there would be even more spray from a rolling start than there would from a standing start because obviously, you know, where they start from on the grid is quite further down the straight than where they would start from at the coming out of the final corner. So I hope that's not the case because I think a standing start would actually be safer in terms of spray and visibility. But yeah, cannot wait for this Grand Prix. A wet Australian Grand Prix. The last time we had a wet Australian Grand Prix was technically 2010. Even though it was only like the first 5 laps, technically that was a semi-wet race. The last full wet race around here, though, I don't think there has been a full wet race around here before. There has been a full wet Australian Grand Prix before, but that was back in Adelaide in 1991, I think. And that was the infamous Australian Grand Prix where it was cancelled after about 15 laps because it was just so wet. So that was the last full wet Australian Grand Prix 34 years ago. But I think that's what makes it exciting for this Grand Prix is we have never had a full wet Australian Grand Prix before in at this circuit. We've had rain here before in qualifying. We've had a couple races here where it's been wet to start with and then it's dried out. I think 2003 and 2010 where it was wet for the first few laps and then it dried out. But that doesn't really count as a wet race, does it? So it's going to be a new experience for a lot of drivers out there. Which just makes this race even probably better. But make sure as well to keep voting in the poll at the top of the chat. Let me know, who do you think wins this Australian Grand Prix? Will it be Lando Norris on pole? Will it be Oscar Piastri second? Will it be Max Verstappen from third or George Russell from fourth? Or do you think Ferrari will win from the fourth row of the grid? Let me know either in the chat or in that poll. As well, make sure to smash the like button before we get to the race. We've got another 25 minutes pretty much until the race begins. We're on 40 likes. Let's try and get up to 50 plus likes if we can before the race begins. So yeah, make sure to get the likes up and make sure to smash the like button if you have not already. But I think actually, before I read out any more comments, I think what we'll do is I'll just go through the teams quickly and we'll go through what my expectations are for where I think all the teams should be in this Grand Prix. So let me just hide that timer and we'll just go through the teams for a few minutes. So McLaren starting from the front row of the grid. Something they did a few times in 2024, but didn't always capitalize on that. They should do today, because even in wet conditions, I think McLaren have a good enough car to win. Who will win, though? It really is a toss-up. It could be Norris, it could be Piastri. Obviously, Oscar has the home support behind him. He will be super motivated to win this Australian Grand Prix. And this is probably the best chance today of an Australian winning here at Albert Park that we've maybe ever had. Mark Webber, of course, did start on the front row here a couple times, but I'm not sure he had necessarily as good of a chance of winning the Grand Prix as Oscar does today. Oscar, we'll see if he can do it. It's going to be, again, a mightily close thing. But McLaren, they are the favourites. They should get the job done. Whether that it's a 1-2 finish, we'll have to see. It will be pretty difficult to still get a 1-2 considering the conditions. And you've got Max Verstappen just behind, who's a wet weather demon. But McLaren should win today. If they don't win today, today is a massive failure. Even if they finish in second and third, it's a massive failure if they do not win the Australian Grand Prix. The Red Bull, they've just got to hope that Max Verstappen can deliver his, deliver the genius we've seen many times, like we saw in Brazil back in November. If he can, absolutely fantastic. And if they were to win today's Grand Prix, it would be an unbelievably great start for them for this season, considering they definitely do not have the fastest car on the grid. So it would be just, again, such a important as well start to the season, given how hard of a battle it's going to be this year for Max to win his 5th straight Drivers' World Championship. To be honest, though, for Max, even if he finishes 3rd behind the two McLarens, I think that's still a decent result, considering that McLaren are quicker and that Max, realistically, you can't expect him necessarily to be ahead of any of the McLarens. So as long as Max finishes on the podium, and it is the two McLarens that do end up ahead of him, and it's not the Ferraris or the Mercedes of Russell, then I think Max would be and should be pretty satisfied with that to start the year. Remember, won the championship last year, Max, but did not score any points at this Grand Prix. So if he was finished on the podium, would be a much better result than he got, obviously, a year ago. Ferrari start from the 4th row of the grid. Damage limitation it is today. If they can somehow claw back a podium, that would be an absolutely fantastic result, whether it's with Leclerc or Hamilton. Realistically, though, I just think they're too far away, and I don't think they'll have enough of a pace advantage, if they have any at all, to actually get themselves onto the podium. I think they'll just be too far away on pace. And I think 5th, 6th, something like that in the race is more realistic. They will have to hope for a bit of luck as well if they were to finish on the podium. So Ferrari, yeah, they really cost themselves heavily not delivering their best possible qualifying lap yesterday, because a podium today, even in these conditions, it's going to be pretty difficult. And for Mercedes-Benz, I think the good thing for them is, one, yeah, they are a dark horse for today, because we know that, I think in race conditions, they should be stronger than they are pace-wise in qualifying. But I think the good thing for Mercedes is that they've got absolutely no pressure, because obviously last year they were 4th in the championship. Did win a couple races, but they were a lot of the time nowhere near Red Bull, McLaren, and even Ferrari quite a bit of the time. And yeah, Russell starting from 4th on the grid. He has the freedom to just absolutely go for it. And we'll see what he can do. Hopefully, starting on the same row of the grid as Max Verstappen for the first time since that spat between the two. Hopefully, there is no shenanigans between the two today. I think with Russell, like Verstappen, because McLaren are as quick as they are, as long as Russell can get on the podium, I think Mercedes and Russell would be happy with that. That would be a good result to start the season. So we will see whether George can do that. He definitely can. It's just up to whether his performance level is high enough today and whether the car is with him to a degree. For Kimi Antonelli, as long as he scores points, I think that's enough, considering he's starting from 16th on the grid. And it's not going to be easy. The Mercedes car doesn't have a massive pace advantage over other midfield runners like it did, obviously, years ago. So, like I said, as long as they finish in the points, that is good enough. And that would be a good enough result after what was, obviously, a poor qualifying where Antonelli really cost himself the chance at a decent first qualifying result of the season. So yeah, all eyes on Russell really if Mercedes are going to get a good or even great result. Now onto the midfield, Aston Martin. They've got two good wet weather drivers, but whether they'll actually be able to deliver points finish, we'll have to see. They desperately do need to finish in the points today to give them some sort of encouragement and hope going forward, but it's not looking very likely. Alpine got Gasly in the top 10. Gasly, we know, is a good wet weather driver. Alpine should have a better chance of a probably better pace in the wet because obviously the engine differences won't matter in this Grand Prix. So I think Gasly will definitely finish in the points. It won't be easy. There will be some close competition for it, but I think Gasly gets in the top 10. Haas are absolute shit. Racing Bulls, of course, Yuki Tsunoda 5th on the grid. I think with Yuki, as long as he can finish in the top 8, that would be a great result and a great way to start the season for the team and for him as well. And I think it's very doable. Absolutely doable, given how quick the car's been and how good Tsunoda has been this weekend. For Isaac Hadjar, obviously, his Formula 1 debut, as long as he can finish in the top 12 and not have any major incidents, then I think I think that would be a decent enough opening Grand Prix for him. But Hadjar absolutely has a chance at getting a points finish on his debut. The car is quick. Hadjar just needs to keep his head, and maybe he will end up in the pot. And then for Williams, both cars in the top 10. Alex Albon on the third row of the grid in 6th. He's had encouraging pace here before, but then ended up crashing. Obviously, a couple of years ago in 2023, I remember he was running in 5th and ended up crashing out of the race. Hopefully, does not do that again. Carlos Sainz in 10th, potentially on a wet setup. We will see. Williams, though, should have the fastest midfield car. And let's hope they do deliver on that. Albon and Sainz, you would imagine, should get both cars in the top 9. Possibly both cars in the top 8 if they really do have a good pace advantage over the rest of the midfield. And then for Sauber, they're 15th and 17th on the grid. Not too bad a result considering what I was expecting coming into the weekend. But they need a miracle if they're going to open the season with a points finish. And just a reminder, guys, here is my race prediction for this Grand Prix. For, of course, if it is a wet race, which I'm pretty sure it is going to be for the entire Grand Prix. Oscar Piastri, I think, will take the home victory for McLaren. Max Verstappen, I think, just about will finish in 2nd ahead of Lando Norris in 3rd. Russell, I'm going in 4th, with Leclerc 5th, Hamilton 6th, Tsunoda 7th, Albon 8th, Sainz 9th, and Pierre Gasly finishing in P10. But let me go back to this screen and I'll sync the timer back up once the next minute ticks over, as we've got about 15 minutes to go until the Australian Grand Prix. We're so close to the time we've all been waiting for. And it couldn't start in a better way, could it? A wet race here in Melbourne. There you go. 15 minutes to go. And I will read out a few more comments before we get into this Grand Prix. Still a couple more things I'll want to go through before we get to the race. Frank Trigg says Max will be like an angry wasp early in the race, stinging the backside of the McLarens. Potentially even more aggressive than that. We'll see. But I am curious to see. I think with Max, if he does have a lot more pace in these wet conditions, you'll see it pretty quickly. Because if he's right on the back of the McLarens and looking for, different lines compared to what the McLarens are doing, then yeah, Max is in that mood and has got that grip. Good to see you, Astro, who says Aussie Oscar to win, I think and hope. Lando does tend to have slow starts, and hopefully Piastri can take over and win from there. That's what I'm hoping for. Yep, that's what I think. I mean, we have to remember Lando Norris had many pole positions last year. I think he had the most poles last year. But many, many times he threw away the lead either into the first corner or on the first lap. So we have to remember this. Jazztastic, good to see you, says there's too much standing water. It might be a safety car start. Boring. I am not sure about that. I hope not. But we'll see. Liam Brooks says Max will put pressure on Oscar and overtake him. I think and Norris will put up a fight. As long as we get a good fight for the victory, whether it's between the two McLarens or Max in there or Russell, that's what we want. And I think we will get a battle for the win, absolutely. As Mickey says, I think Russell will give Max a fight. Let's hope. Frank Trigg says, looks very windy. Yeah, it's been very windy all day. As for some reason, we're looking at Max's on board. Maybe because Max has had a slight moment out there. And I don't know what we're supposed to be looking at. Just an on board of him going through some standing water on his way to the grid. But obviously they're all on the grid now, except for, remember, Lawson and Behrman are starting from the pit lane. Lawson ahead of Behrman. And I don't think we'll get anyone starting on the Inters. I don't think that's going to happen. As Sky are just interviewing Christian Horner. As Lewis Hamilton has just had his final bathroom break and now marches his way onto the grid to make his debut for Ferrari. Rook saying risk of rain for the race is 40%. And yeah, that is about what I think Nib said a couple hours ago to me, that it was about 40% during the race as well. So that is absolutely bang on. And if it is 40% chance during the race, then I think what that means is we'll probably get the very odd shower, but most of the time it will be dry. But because how windy and a lot more colder it is compared to yesterday, it's not gonna, it's not gonna dry out very quickly. The Woden saying Gasly's still doing that stupid tennis ball thing. Yeah, it's the reaction time thing he does right before he gets in the car. As looking at the poll running in the chat, which I'm going to finish up in probably 2 or 3 minutes. Very close, that poll between Norris and Verstappen. So if you haven't voted in the poll, make sure to do so. Your vote may just sway that poll in Norris or Verstappen's favour. But Ricciardo will explode with rage if Piastri wins. It's Ricciardo's own fault that he's not on the grid. So he can only be angry with himself, I'm afraid. As, Rook's saying air temperature 15 degrees, track temperature 19. If that is indeed correct, then that's exactly what I'm saying, is that even if it's not raining, it's not going to dry up very quickly because it's not warm enough. To dry up very quickly, necessarily. So, yeah. If it doesn't rain again for the entire race, I think we could get some dry running towards the end, but yeah. It won't come quickly, is all I'm going to say. That's dry weather. But I think I'll give it another minute and then we'll finish up that poll in the chat. And I'll read out the results of who do you think will win the Australian Grand Prix. Also, one final thing I do need to say, and this is important in regards to my commentary, because it is going to be in a few minutes 4 a.m., which of course is when the race starts here in the UK. Because I'm living in a neighborhood, a neighborhood, I am not going to be screaming as loud as possible if mental stuff happens. I will try to raise my voice a bit, but I don't want to wake everyone up in the neighborhood, even though I probably already have, because it's that quiet out there that probably everyone can hear me anyway. But point I'm trying to make is I'm not going to scream my head off like I would if it was like an afternoon here in the UK. Because again, it's 4 o'clock in the morning and I don't want to be someone's wake up call. So I will try to raise my voice, but I'm going to try and keep as calm as I can. If that makes any sense. Anyway, let's finish this poll and go through the results. 291 votes on who do you think will win the Australian Grand Prix, and 39% of the vote winning is Lando Norris. 37% of the vote goes to Max Verstappen, so almost very evenly split between Norris and Verstappen. And yeah, it's going to be a close battle for victory, whether it's Norris, Verstappen, or even Piastri. Piastri then 16% of the vote, and Russell 6% of the vote. So there you go. You guys, just about, the majority of you just about think Lando Norris will get the job done. But there's a good portion of you that think Max Verstappen will win, and I don't blame you at all. But just under, or just over 5 more minutes remain until this race begins. As once the F1 intro starts playing, I will go through a couple final bits of information that you need to know before lights out, as Sky are just going through their final intro to the race, which, serves to just build hype, obviously, for the Grand Prix. As Lando Norris, we're seeing getting into his McLaren car. First ever time he's starting from pole here in Australia. Will he deal with the pressure of delivering what should be a race win? Even in these conditions, he is still, Lando, the favourite for victory. But as the F1 intro now begins to play, it is time to go through a final couple bits of information before this Grand Prix. starting with McLaren. Their last win in Melbourne was in 2012 with Jenson Button. That was, of course, the last time they had a front row lockout here in Melbourne. They've won twice in Melbourne since 2010, and technically the last race to have some rain in it was that 2010 race that McLaren won with Jenson Button. McLaren last year finished 3rd and 4th here. Of course, a lot quicker they are this year compared to a year ago. Red Bull's last win in Melbourne was in 2023 with Max Verstappen. That is, though, their only win in Melbourne since 2015 in the last 10 years. Not very successful track for Red Bull, really, since the beginning of the V6 hybrid era. They've just not really delivered a lot of the time. And last year, Red Bull finished 5th with Sergio Perez, with Max having, obviously, that DNF early in the Grand Prix. So, omen-wise, not great for Red Bull. For Ferrari, their last win was, of course, last year here in Melbourne with Carlos Sainz. They've won in Melbourne 4 times in the last 10 years. Very good record on a race day. And, of course, they finished 1st and 2nd last year. It would take, I wouldn't say a miracle to finish 1st and 2nd this year, but it would be quite something if they did it again. And for Mercedes-Benz, their last win here was 6 years ago with Valtteri Bottas in 2019. That day they had a 1-2 finish. And they've won here in Melbourne 3 times in the last 10 years. Anything Mercedes surely do today will be better than last year, where they had a double DNF. 0 points, of course, from that Australian Grand Prix, where they were a lot slower than they are at the moment. But guys, let's get into your starting grid for the 2025 Australian Grand Prix. On the front row, the 2 McLarens of Lando Norris and the home driver Oscar Piastri. On the second row, bitter enemies Max Verstappen and George Russell. On the third row, Yuki Tsunoda and Alex Albon both doing their best ever qualifying result in Melbourne. On the fourth row, Charles Leclerc and Lewis Hamilton, both Ferraris on the 4th row of the grid here in Melbourne. Completing the top 10, Pierre Gasly and Carlos Sainz. Just outside of the top 10, debutant Isaac Hadjar for Racing Bulls and Fernando Alonso, who of course has won this Grand Prix before. After that, Lance Stroll and other home driver Jack Doohan. 15th and 16th, Gabriel Bortoleto, the Formula 2 champion, and making his long-awaited debut for Mercedes-Benz, Kimi Antonelli. 17th and 18th was going to be Nico Hulkenberg and Liam Lawson. It's now Nico Hulkenberg and Esteban Ocon, because Liam Lawson will be starting from the pit lane, which will be thus 19th place. And Oliver Behrman also starting from the pit lane in 20th. And here we go. And I've got, obviously, the wet tyre as the tyre there, for which I think everyone will be on. Obviously, we'll find out in a moment if they are going to be on wet tyres. But do bear with me during the race if they do all switch to, say, Inters or... Oh, the McLarens are on the intermediate tyres. So, looks like I will have to change that graphic straight away. And Rook says, according to the time screen, they're all on Inters. Right, well, I'm going to have to change it then straight away. As the formation lap is about to begin, there is, on the TV broadcast, they're showing the famous Australian Grand Prix trophy that they all want to win. And yet, it appears they're all on the intermediate tyres. As the formation lap begins right now. And Lando Norris pulls away from pole position on this formation lap, and it will be, thankfully, a standing start. But yeah, let me just quickly make sure I get all these tyres correct before lights out. And thankfully, if they all stay on the Inter, I won't have to change who's on exactly what compound, like I will probably if they move on to the dries. But looks like it's going to be a long time until we possibly get dry tyres. We may not get dry tyres at all, and hopefully we don't. And Lance Stroll, actually, it says, is on the wet compound tyre, as Isaac Hadjar has binned it at the exit of turn 1, and I'm pretty sure he's broken his rear wing. He has. An absolute disaster for Hadjar on his debut. And let's see what's happened. And out of turn 1, he's stepped on the gas too hard. Yep. Spun it around. Rear ending first. And he is out of the race. And that is going to cause a delay. Because obviously they'll have to clear that car away. Which shouldn't be too hard, because here comes the tractor. They might actually be able to get it cleared away before the race starts. Or maybe not. We'll see. But yeah, Hadjar is out of the race as Norris and Piastri are coming through the final corner now. So we'll see if they do decide to delay the start. I wouldn't be surprised if they do, just so they can get Isaac's car out of the way. But Hadjar, I'm going to have to put, unfortunately, as a DNS. It did not start. And yep, aborted start. So they can clear Hadjar's car. And I think that means that the mechanics are now going to come back onto the grid. And we're going to have like a 10-minute delay, I think, to the start of the race, whilst they clear away Hadjar's car, which is, well, Hadjar crashing out there. That is good news for Aston Martin, who are now just outside of the top 10 with both cars, and they've gone for a split strategy with their tyres. But yeah, it should be just a 10-minute delay. That's normally what it is when it's an aborted start. So yeah, we will wait until they finally get underway, as Hadjar absolutely distraught with himself, and rightly so. Very poor mistake. Just applied the throttle too much. Probably clipped a line, white line, and let's see. And yeah, he began to apply the throttle right as he hit the wetter part of the track. Car got on top of the water, and we all know what happens after that. Bang is what happens after that, as his rear wing snapped, and that was all she wrote about Isaac Hadjar's Grand Prix. Such a shame, because he's had such a good weekend. He's been quick, had a good qualifying, and then he goes and does that. That is just, yeah, very, very poor. As race control just announced, the formation lap will begin in 10 minutes. So 10 more minutes, and we'll be back underway for the formation lap, the second formation lap. And what that means, I believe, is that it will be a 57-lap race because of an aborted start. So, yeah, we just got to wait until this 10-minute period is over, and then we can get into the race finally. Hopefully no one else decides to have a accident on the formation lap. There won't. No one's going to change their tyres, I don't think. Maybe actually, Lance Stroll, I think maybe might switch from the wet to the inter because he was shown as being on the wet tyre. Maybe Aston Martin will now switch him to the inter, especially after Stroll was just driven around the track. Maybe Stroll now knows that that was the wrong decision. As a Piastri fan there in the stands. And yeah, very blustery, stormy day. A very British day in terms of weather, but the Australians, thankfully, have to suffer it instead of us. But at least it's a lot warmer for them than it is here. But yeah, looking at the track, I think intermediate tyres are probably the right way to go because I don't think it's really rained at all since since what do you call it? Since they all came onto the grid about 35-40 minutes ago. And yeah, Frank Trigg saying Hajar crying his heart out. I'm not sure if he's actually crying, but he visibly looks like he's feeling very bad for himself, and he should, because all that hard work has all gone down the toilet, and the only thing they're going to remember from his Grand Prix, his opening Grand Prix, is that as very nice to see that Lewis Hamilton's father is just as Isaac's walking through the paddock, Lewis Hamilton's father has just consoled Isaac because yeah, I think Isaac is actually in tears. Obviously, Lewis's father has much experience at handling young drivers. Obviously, he dealt with Lewis's career for so long. He was Paul di Resta's manager when di Resta was in his younger days. So yeah, it's hard though to feel sorry for him because it's his own fault. It's not like his engine failed on the formation lap or anything. It's his own fault, I'm afraid. As there is the other debutant, Antonelli, who did not deliver on the hype yesterday, but these are the type of conditions where maybe he can show just how good he really is in this race. And like I say, with Antonelli, as long as he scores points, I think that'd be a good enough result considering his starting position. As we're looking at Piastri, looking at the camera, looking back at his face. As we've got just over 5 minutes to go until the formation lap begins, the second formation lap. And Lando, we're looking at also on the grid. And I think the track being a bit drier than it was maybe forecast to be at this time yesterday does help McLaren. The drier the track is, the better for McLaren, because the only thing that can scupper really a race win for them is if it really, if we have loads of rain or a lot of showers coming in and out. But if it stays dry and continues to dry out, that just helps McLaren more and more, because in the dry, McLaren should win this race pretty comfortably. And I think if this was a dry race, honestly, I think McLaren would not just get the 1-2. I think Verstappen, for example, in third, if he was to finish third, if it was dry, I think Max would probably end up 15 to 20 seconds off by the end of the race if it was a dry race. But with it being wet, that brings Max into play, and possibly Russell as well. As we're looking back at Bortoletto there. And yeah, just under 4 minutes to go until the formation lap. Cheers for the super chat, by the way, from Space Lord for, I think it's that $3.33 Australian, I think it is. Who says, high drama, sad to lose a lap though. Absolutely. Cheers for the super chat though. Much appreciated. And also Space Lord says, appreciate the stream. Thank you very much. The Woden saying, anyone else nearly threw up seeing Zach Brown's dirty green toenails on Drive to Survive? Thankfully, I don't watch Drive to Survive, so I wouldn't have to suffer such a gruesome sight. But, no, I did not witness that. One thing I did hear, though, which was not nice, is that for the Singapore Grand Prix, apparently the Drive to Survive Netflix cameras caught George Russell having a panic attack because he was suffering from was it heat exhaustion? And I if that is true, I really don't like that, because I mean, I know, because I've had so many panic attacks over the years. I do actually suffer from panic disorder, which is what panic disorder is basically I cannot prevent a panic attack from happening, but I can stop them once they happen, because I thankfully have mechanisms now to stop them. But yeah, I'm if you met me, you wouldn't probably think it, but I am a very panicky person. Every time I go outside, for example, I have probably one, at minimum, one mini panic attack every time I leave the house. And it's not because necessarily of any reason. And that's what panic disorder is. I can't control it. And yeah, just my experience of having panic attacks, I don't like that, it being publicized, such a private, scary moment. And panic attacks, by the way, are absolutely terrifying. So, and I don't want to imagine what it was like for him, suffering with, um, you know, possible heat exhaustion and having just come off of a very physically demanding Grand Prix. So yeah, I really don't like that. Anyway, the formation lap is about to begin, the second one at least. As the blankets come off. And they're all on the inters, except for Lance Stroll, as far as I'm aware. If Stroll has gone on to a set of inters, though, I will let you guys know as soon as I know. But Hadjar is out. He is a DNS officially. So only 19 cars will take the race. And there is only 17 cars now on the grid. As there you go, formation lap begins again. Hopefully no one puts it in the wall this time. Emmanuel Gusso, what are your mechanisms to stop panic attacks? Basically, what you need to do if anyone out there does suffer from panic attacks, the best thing to do is learn about why they happen, and then once you learn about why they happen, it's a lot easier to deal with them. Basically, the reason they happen with me and a lot of people who also suffer from panic disorder is basically it's the body producing adrenaline when you most don't need it. Fight or flight, that thing. You feel like you've just jumped out of a plane, and meanwhile you're just sat at a desk. That's how it manifests. But if you just tell yourself mentally that it's just your body overproducing adrenaline and it'll pass, and normally it does pass, then before you know it, it's gone. And I've had it multiple times where I'll tell myself, oh, it's just a rush of adrenaline. It's just my body overproducing it for no good reason. It'll pass. And then literally 2 minutes later, I won't even remember that I had one. So, yeah. If any of you guys suffer from it, then yeah, just try to learn more about panic attacks and anxiety, and I think that will help. Anyway, let's get into this Grand Prix. As the two McLarens are on now to the pit straight, and so are the front 7 or 8 cars now, as the two McLarens are about to line up on the front row. Not every time McLaren have locked out the front row here has it gone to plan. Like I said, in 2012, the last time they locked out the front row here, they did win. And in 1998, the year I was born, actually the first Grand Prix after I was born was the Australian Grand Prix of 98, when McLaren locked out the front row, got a 1-2 and lapped the entire field. That obviously went to plan, but a couple years after that, in 99 and 2000, they also locked out the front row here. But in both of those races, but had a double DNF, and in one of the races, I think in 99, they had both cars out by about lap 15. So in McLaren's history, it either goes absolutely to plan or completely falls off the rails. As all the cars almost now lined up on the grid, as the green flag waves, and it is now time to get racing. As the lights come on, it's 3, 4, 5 lights, and we are going 2025 as Lando Norris gets a decent start, but Piastri pulling alongside Verstappen. Great start. Is he up to second? No, Piastri forces his way back up the inside as the two Ferraris have had a good start, as Verstappen goes around the outside of Piastri, and Verstappen is up to second, and I think Leclerc is now up to 5th behind Russell. So Leclerc has had a brilliant start, and then it's Tsunoda 6th, Hamilton 7th, Albon 8th, I believe. But Lando Norris leads in Melbourne, and pretty comfortably as well, by over a second, I think, already on this first lap. So it's Norris from Verstappen. Oh, big crash. That's going to be a safety car, and it's Jack Doohan. His rear wing is completely shattered. The rear end of the car is completely shattered, and that is, a full safety car. He says he's okay. And, that is another driver biting the dust. Another rookie, pretty much. And, he is, I guarantee he's spun through turn 5 through the water and then rear end first into the barrier. That's what's happened there. But, so, Doohan out of the race. And we're about to go on to lap 2. of 57. So let me just get the order correct. So Norris leads on lap 2 under the safety car, Verstappen second, Piastri third, Russell fourth, Leclerc fifth, Tsunoda sixth. Albon actually has got ahead of Hamilton. He's up to 7th. Hamilton 8th, Gasly 9th, Sainz 10th, Alonso now 10th as Carlos Sainz has pitted. Don't know what for, as Doohan goes through, and then very weird. He went through the wetter part of the track, got through turn 5 just fine, and then the car just snapped in a straight line. That is, absolutely baffling. But Carlos Sainz, he stopped. Carlos Sainz, I don't know, he might have crashed. And yet he has crashed in the final corner. Carlos Sainz is out of the race. What a disaster for Williams. And it's the final corner. He's facing the wrong way. What's he done? Coming through, he was behind Gasly and I just stepped on the gas too hard and smashed into the barrier. And he's out. What a awful mistake by such an experienced driver, the guy who won this Grand Prix a year ago. And he's out after not even 2 laps. So we've already got 3 drivers out and only 17 cars remain in what might be a race of attrition today from the way things are already looking. As I'm going to, with Stroll, I'm going to put him on a safety car. Is going to go through the pit lane they've just announced. I'm going to put Stroll on the Inter because I'm pretty confident he is actually on the Inter. So there you go. Lap 2, under the safety car, it is Norris leading from Verstappen, Piastri, Russell, Leclerc, Tsunoda, Albon, Hamilton, Gasly, Alonso, your top 10. And then Stroll, Hülkenberg is 12th. And then Antonelli 13th, Bortoleto 14th, Ocon 15th, Lawson 16th, Behrman 17th. And out of the race, Sainz and Doohan through a DNF, and then Hadjar obviously crashed on his way to the grid and didn't even start. As Carlos Sainz's partner in the garage looked pretty disappointed in her partner. And that is a poor error from Carlos. But been a great start for Verstappen. A very good move around the outside at turn 2. And as Leclerc on the radio saying the track is drying up quickly. Great start, though. The best start, really, out of the top 10 for Leclerc. 7th to 5th. Hülkenberg, by the way, great start by him. He's up 5 places to P12. As here's a replay of the race start. So Norris initially got a good start. Then I thought Piastri was going to pull alongside. And then Max just came out of nowhere. Brilliant traction from the Red Bull. Piastri dived down the inside. And Max used the karting line, the wet line, and just swooped around the outside as Piastri was trying to get his car all settled and took the position. And then Leclerc just flew around the outside of Tsunoda into turn 3. So, and here's a replay from Max's on board. Initially, looks like McLaren were getting the better start. And then the Red Bull, very good traction and almost had a go at Lando. Piastri then, went down the inside. And then Max, just using his experience, the wet karting line they all use in the wet. Round the outside and up to second place. There you go. And thankfully for Max, the safety car then came out because Lando was already pulling away quite quickly on that opening lap. As Doohan, I think the only thing I can think of is that, he must have touched the white line and hit the limiter at the absolute wrong time, because that was a baffling spin. And his father, motorcycle racing legend, Mick Doohan, not looking impressed. As now a replay of Carlos Sainz, who his mistake was even worse considering he's an experienced, pretty, top driver. Yeah, applied the throttle too much out of the penultimate corner and then bang, straight into the wall. Really poor, especially when you consider that Williams are probably going to score points today. And if he had stayed in the race, then yeah. And remember, this is the Williams team that had to spend so much money last year in damage repairs. They don't want to have to do it too much this year, but already they will. But we're on lap 4, and we're still behind the safety car. Of course, I'll let you guys know when we'll be back underway, as Doohan's car still not out of the way, and they've actually got the truck out to put Doohan's car on the back of. I don't like there being a truck on the track and they're still being behind the safety car. I don't like that. Because, I mean, any of the drivers could easily spin under the safety car. We've seen that before. But if the drivers all agree that, that the truck can be out there under a safety car, then that's all good. As long as the drivers are happy with it, though. But it is, you can see, it is, on the TV broadcast, it is drying out a bit. Still nowhere near dry conditions, but yeah. As Antonelli being informed to watch the painted lines, because that's why Doohan crashed, and then Antonelli saying, yeah, almost had a crash myself. They're very slippery. But yeah, the only rookies left are what? Antonelli and Bortoletto, and, well, as a full-time debutant, Behrman as well. As Carlos Sainz's car being put on the back of a truck as well. Hopefully, once we get back underway, we can actually get underway and people can stop crashing and find their talent. But yeah, once again through the pit lane as we're on lap 5 of 57. And we're looking at the rear facing view there of Russell, as Red Bull are going to pit Liam Lawson for a set of inters. Another set of inters, and so are Haas. Actually, Haas are with Ocon. Don't understand why they're going for a new set of inters unless they were damaged. I don't really understand that. I mean, new inters on a drying track does give you extra pace. It does help quite a bit, but or actually no, sorry, scratch that. It's the other way around. When it rains, then having new inters, yeah, can help a lot and gives you quite a bit extra pace. But if it's not really going to rain again, I don't really see why there's any point putting new inters on, because they're not. It's not really going to do anything. Especially considering they only had those inters on for like what, 4 laps. So I don't really get what that was about. But we'll still be on a safety car. We still will be for another lap at least. But at least good to see that Tsunoda and Albon have maintained 6th and 7th. And for Lewis Hamilton, that will be his first port of call, is to clear those 2 cars. As Lando being told, weather update, no significant rain expected for at least half an hour. If the race was to get underway now, then in half an hour, we'd be on what, lap? As they're now not going through the pit lane anymore, thankfully. In half an hour, we'd be on lap what? Somewhere between lap 20, 25. So, yeah, that's pretty much what they're saying, is we're not going to have any significant rain until probably lap 25. As we are now on lap 6. And I reckon we might get underway either the end of this lap or the end of the next lap. I was just watching the top 3 coming through turn 3. Piastri will be disappointed with himself that he lost out there. Looked like he was going to maybe pull alongside Lando, and then Max just came roaring in. Oscar did all right to pass Max, but he just went a bit too much on the curb/white line, and he had to be cautious, and that's why Max did him round the outside, because Max just had more grip. Oscar tried to come back up the inside at turn 3, but was way too far back, and thankfully did not pile into the back of Verstappen. But there's still a long race to go. So Piastri, still has a lot of time to claw back at least second. As Hamilton, a replay of him going around the outside of Albon at turn 1, getting almost close to touching his teammate, and then Albon repassing Hamilton round the outside like Max did to Oscar at turn 2. And then Albon almost repassing Tsunoda, as no, safety car will not be coming in at the end of this lap. Probably the end of the next lap, I'd imagine. As definitely in the final sector, it's, I think, the driest part of the lap. So, but again, for McLaren, the drier it gets, the better for them, because the drier it is, the faster they will be compared to the rest of the field. Because in dry conditions, that McLaren is the best car around this track, especially in race conditions. As we are now on lap 7 of 57. 50 laps to go. We've not really had much racing, only, what, half a lap of racing. But I think at the end of this lap, I think we will see the safety car finally come in. As we're on board with Alex Albon, who has thoroughly outperformed his teammate this weekend. And just needs to make sure he brings it home and finishes in the points pretty much. And yep, there you go, confirmation. Safety car coming in at the end of this lap. And we'll see what Max can do against Norris, and whether he can remain close enough to maybe have a go into turn 1 or in turn 2, turn 3. As Norris soon will become the safety car and become the leader of the pack. So just coming through the turn 9, 10 chicane now, and the safety car lights have been turned off, and now the safety car races off to get to the pit lane, and Lando becomes the safety car. From what I remember last year, Lando was pretty decent at safety car restarts, so he should be fine. And remember, you can't overtake until the start-finish line. So Lando's going to have to do something pretty poor for that to happen, as he goes for it on the exit of turn 11 pretty early, but He's going for it. As through the penultimate corner, Norris has got Verstappen pretty close behind. Not sure if this has worked out too well for Lando, as we are now racing again on lap 8. And Norris into turn 1, still ahead of Verstappen by a few tenths of a second. Piastri third. And then Russell, Leclerc, Tsunoda, Albon, Hamilton, Gasly, and Alonso your top 10. As Albon a bit close behind Tsunoda. Is he going to go for the move into turn 3? Thinks about it, as Hamilton not really pressurising those two, as Oliver Behrman's just done a fastest lap at 2 minutes 2 seconds. That obviously will be beaten. As Norris has pulled the gap up to nearly a second already on this restart lap. But we need to wait really 2 or 3 laps to see who really has the pace in these conditions. As for some reason, Lance Stroll has dropped quite far back compared to his teammate. He's already nearly 3 seconds behind Alonso. As Alonso has been noted for a safety car infringement. Maybe that's why he's so far ahead of Stroll. So Alonso might be in trouble and probably will get a penalty, which is good news for his teammate and also for the Hulkenberg in the Sauber. As Norris is just over a second clear of Verstappen as they're about to begin lap 9. So McLaren, at least with Lando, are all looking good, as Piastri is now starting, or well, he was trying at least a moment ago, to put Max under pressure, but dropped back a bit in the final couple corners. And yeah, it looks like he's struggling a bit in these last couple corners, is Piastri, as Max closing up a bit through turn 1 and 2. Max looking a lot quicker through the opening parts of the lap, and then as the lap goes on, it looks like the McLaren just gets faster, especially in the final sector where we know the McLaren is the best car. But Max is closer on this lap as they enter the middle sector than he was before. As Hamilton a bit closer to Albon now than he was before. As yeah, Alonso under investigation now for a safety car infringement. He probably will get a penalty for whatever that is. Normally, if you're under investigation for a safety car infringement, you receive a penalty. As Max Verstappen only 3 tenths behind Norris as they exit the turn 9-10 chicane. We're on board with Lewis Hamilton at the moment, who's trying to keep up with Alex Albon. But, yeah, Norris a bit further ahead now as they come through the final few corners, as the timings actually on the timing screen have frozen. As they start lap 10. Verstappen is closer, though, to Norris on this occasion than he was the lap before. And is applying the pressure. Can Lando keep up? Or can he hold off Max under this level of pressure? That's what we are going to find out in these next 47 laps. As, oh no, Tsunoda is under investigation as well for a safety car infringement. Probably, I'd imagine the only thing it could be is just going too quick compared to the delta they have. That is a shame. Tsunoda probably going to get a penalty as well. As the closest fight really is, that we really are bothered about, is this Norris and Verstappen battle out front. Max still within a second and did a bit of a wiggle on the exit of the turn 9-10 chicane. As here is a replay of Lando Norris, a slow-mo of him through turn 1 and 2, and a big oversteer snap, which probably helped Max close the gap to a degree a couple laps ago. As there is Lando Norris's mother in the garage. Lando now just over a second ahead of Verstappen as Norris moves on to the wetter part of the track to cool those inters. They were already at that point of cooling the inters as Antonelli. We're looking at his mini onboard screen, and he is about 7/10 behind Hulkenberg, not really going anywhere for now. As Lando Norris now has the fastest lap. George Russell is dropping off from the top three, which is not really a surprise. Leclerc is just over a second behind Russell. And one driver that really needs to get their act together is Lewis Hamilton, because Tsunoda and Albon are being dropped by the top five, and so is, of course, Lewis Hamilton, who is stuck behind Tsunoda and Albon. So Hamilton at risk of being cut adrift, as Piastri looks like he's starting to close in now on Verstappen. Looks a bit closer than he did before. As Norris, I think, is still over a second ahead of Verstappen. As the timing screen on the broadcast is a bit broken. It's frozen a lot of the time. As Leclerc telling his engineer, too much information, you can leave me to it a bit more. As his engineer was just telling him to cool the front left tyre. As a lot of the drivers trying to cool their tyres. As Antonelli right up behind Hulkenberg, but not able to get close enough to overtake. Hulkenberg doing a good job hanging in there right behind Lance Stroll. Antonelli looks like under braking. If he gets close enough, he'll be able to have Hulkenberg. As Antonelli, really starting to close in now through turn 4 and 5. As Piastri quite close to Verstappen as they come up to the turn 9-10 chicane. Can Piastri get a good enough exit? Not quite, but he is closing, is Oscar. And now DRS enabled. Exactly what we need. And it is definitely dry enough. As Max went slightly wide through turn 12 on the exit of turn 12. And Max knows he's going to have to do some job now to keep Oscar behind, now that Oscar's going to be able to get DRS. As we're on lap 13. Yeah, Piastri now has that DRS. Into turn 1, Piastri. I thought he was going to go deep then, but he just had a lot more speed into the corner. But Max ended up having the better exit because of that. But for Max, if he can get within a second of Lando and start getting DRS, that would really help, because we do know the Red Bull is quite a bit quicker in a straight line than the McLaren. In the speed trap, the main speed trap in qualifying, Red Bull were about, 3 to 4 kilometers an hour quicker. So if Max had DRS, then it'd probably be about 10 kilometers an hour difference. As Hamilton saying, let me know where I'm slow. I'm struggling with the drivability. Hamilton should also be helped now by that DRS. It's George Russell, by the way, dropping dramatically off the top 3. Already 5.5 seconds behind Piastri. And Leclerc dropping quite far behind Russell now. So Mercedes and Ferrari nowhere near the top 3. This top 3 are in a class of their own. As they come through the penultimate corner, Piastri is about as close to Max as he come onto the pit straight as he was before, as Lando being told in 6 laps time possibly there might be some rain, and that the risk of rain is increasing. As Piastri, does he get a good run through turn 1 and 2? It's better than it was before. DRS open. He won't be close enough for an overtake, but Oscar is still getting closer and closer lap by lap. As Lewis Hamilton not really close enough, even with the DRS, to help himself to an overtake. And Hamilton is about 5.5 seconds, I think it is. Probably around 5.5 seconds behind his teammate. Ferrari, though, with Leclerc, the highest placed Ferrari, he is already Leclerc. About 10 seconds off the lead. And we've not even had 10 racing laps. So Ferrari, at least a second a lap off the pace. So, as we can clearly see, Ferrari did not have a wet setup on. They haven't got any pace right now. Neither really have Mercedes. The only hope at stopping McLaren right now is the world champion. As Ferrari telling Lewis you can use K1 when you're close, which is an engine boost, clearly. As they tell him again, K1 available, and he says, yes, I know, please leave me alone. As we're on lap 15 now, and Piastri. And now Max getting the DRS. Here we go. Remember, again, the Red Bull is quite a bit quicker in a straight line than that McLaren. So as long as Max can keep within a second and keep getting the DRS, he gives himself a chance at overtaking Lando. And Piastri, if Max can stay within a second to have DRS, then Piastri's just got to do the same, so that he can hang in this battle. But we have got a very interesting three-way battle for the lead here. As here is Antonelli up the inside at turn 11, where I think Nib probably is. Hopefully he's enjoying the race. And Antonelli now up to 12th. As this top three, like I said, in a class of their own, this top three coming through the penultimate corner now. Russell is only just now coming through turn 12. As we're about to begin lap 16. As we're now seeing on board Lewis Hamilton, still stuck behind Albon, which is really hurting his race. But the thing is, Ferrari just aren't that quick. Leclerc is only 2 or 3 seconds ahead of Tsunoda, so Ferrari, in general, just don't have the pace. And these wet conditions are not helping them. In fact, I'd say they're making it worse for Ferrari. I think in the dry, they would not be this far off the pace of the front runners. So, yeah, not looking good for Ferrari right now. As Hamilton just trying to guide his car through the corners and guide it closer to the rear end of that Williams. But to be honest, I'd rather watch the battle up front than this, because Hamilton is not anywhere near close to overtaking Alex Albon. So let's get to the battle up front. As Hülkenberg has just repassed Antonelli. So Antonelli has clearly made a mistake. And yeah, Antonelli now a couple seconds behind Hülkenberg. So made a mistake as the young Italian. And here's a replay, and it'll be into turn 5, I'm presuming. Yep, he touched the grass. He widened the entry too much, touched the grass on the right-hand side and spun. Rookie error from the rookie. But, yeah, at least he lives to fight another day. But not been a great weekend for Antonelli. As we're now on lap 17, 40 laps to go in this Grand Prix, as we're looking now at Alonso, who's still under investigation. He's got DRS on Gasly in the battle for 9th. But, yeah. Don't know why, really, we're looking at this battle, because, again, nothing's really happening. But Aston Martin having a decent race so far, but once Alonso gets this penalty, it might not be too decent, as Verstappen has dropped behind Norris quite a bit. And now Piastri right on Max's gearbox as he's got the DRS open down to turn 11, but he's not close enough. But, oh, Max goes straight on and goes wide, keeps it on the track. But Piastri up to second. McLaren are back to their 1-2. And that's a poor error from Max, but it was coming, you feel. Oscar passing Max, because McLaren, for the majority of this race, have looked quicker. As we're now on lap 18, as Max moves over to cool the tyres, and already Max is a couple seconds behind Piastri. And now, Oscar free to push and get after his teammate if he can. His teammate only, 2 to 3 seconds up the road, as Antonelli repasses Hulkenberg. And here's a replay of Max up to turn 11, and just simply locked the inside front and went too deep. And Piastri said, "Thank you very much, mate." And he took it. And yeah, Max locked the outside front, actually, which you can do at that corner. But yeah, that's what caused him to go wide. Thankfully for Max, he stayed on the track. As is a replay of Antonelli passing Hulkenberg again at turn 11. So it is a McLaren 1-2, Verstappen third, Russell fourth, Leclerc fifth, and then Tsunoda, Albon, Hamilton, Gasly, Alonso, as Lewis Hamilton, now noted for a safety car infringement. His weekend goes from bad to worse. Is Alex Albon now noted as well? They must have all... It must be a Delta thing, surely. That's the only thing I can think of. That they just went too quick for the Delta, as it's now lap 19. And Lewis Hamilton still stuck behind Alex Albon. But Albon... Can Hamilton go quicker than Albon? Yeah, probably. But I wouldn't say Albon's holding Hamilton up. As this is Liam Lawson stuck behind Esteban Ocon, about 1,000,000 miles off the pace. Norris started lap 19 almost a lap ago, and Lawson is about to start his own lap 19. So they're nearly a lap down. As Max saying, if there's any rain, we might need to pit for new tyres. And then the response being, bear in mind, we would currently lose positions for doing that. And then Max, we're expecting the weather to start clearing in 10 minutes if you can hold on. As now Lewis Hamilton under investigation for the safety car infringement. I presume Albon will be as well. So yeah, basically Max's tyres are gone, and he is saying, you know, if it rains again, I'm going to be fucked. But they're saying to him, you need to hold on because we think it's going to clear up. But that is not going to make Red Bull's day better if it does clear up enough to where dry tyres are used, because McLaren's pace advantage will only increase. That will help Ferrari, though, if it does get to the point where we've got dry tyres, because they are struggling so bad in these conditions. As Lawson has finally passed Ocon, as Ocon tries to come back at him, but Lawson stays ahead, and Lawson now 15th, but he's miles behind the rest of the pack. Just no pace there for Lawson. I would like to see the gaps again, to be honest, to see how far Russell, Leclerc and them lot are off the lead. Because they were losing a lot of time, like a second a lap. And I'm just curious to see whether that's still the case. Since Lawson went up the inside of Ocon at turn 9, touched the grass, and still just about kept the position. So, well done, as Ocon got the switch back on Lawson, but somehow did not get the position back. As no further action for Hamilton for the safety car infringement, so he is all good on that. But he's still stuck behind Alex Albon. As no further action for Tsunoda either. On lap 21 of 57. And Hamilton still just too far behind. As Alonso, no further action for him. So whatever caused an or what they thought was an infringement, it turns out they were all fine. So no penalties for anyone, thankfully. And we can now race on. As, yeah, we're just looking at Lewis Hamilton stuck behind Alex Albon. Not really much happening at the minute. I think if we move on to dry tyres now, I think that actually would make the race a bit more interesting. Because on the Inters, they're all just trying to manage the tyres and get as far as they can without burning the Inters out too bad. But I think if we go on to dry tyres, that could mix things up. As Alonso, within a second of Gasly, he's got DRS and he's closing in on Gasly up to turn 9. Closer, closer, closer. Very close up to turn 9, but just not close enough to overtake. Alonso, though, is gunning for 9th. If he can get 9th and maybe finish there, that would be, I think, a pretty decent result for Alonso and Aston Martin, considering the lack of pace they had yesterday. As Alonso, who won here 19 years ago in 2006, as Piastri says, or Piastri's been told, the rain will stop in 3 laps, and then after that, presumably it'll be dry. Maybe for the rest of the race, we'll have to see. Still, Lewis Hamilton on lap 22 is stuck behind Albon in the Williams, who is doing a great job still, running in 7th, not made a mistake, unlike his teammate. And if he was to finish as 7th, that would be a pretty good result. Wouldn't be as good as, obviously, what Racing Bulls are heading for at the minute. But still, 7th for the first Grand Prix. I think Williams would be happy with that. Because I think they know in dry running that consistently, I think they will be in the points probably on a more consistent basis than Racing Bulls. As Lewis Hamilton has just said on the radio, he's lost gear sync. As Antonelli up the inside of Stroll at turn 11. And Antonelli now 11th. And Alonso, I think there's another few seconds up the road. So Antonelli not far now from a World Championship point. But yeah, I would like to see what the gaps are, but clearly their timing screen is fucked. Because it was frozen a lot of the time when we were looking at it. And hopefully they will sort it out. Because, yeah, we've not really been able to see what the gaps are. And presumably out front, Norris is comfortably leading ahead of Piastri. But I can't tell you what the gaps are because they're not showing them. Once I know, though, once they show us, then I will let you guys know. But we are nearly halfway through this race. Give it another, 5-6 laps, and we'll be halfway through this Australian Grand Prix. Still no pit stops. I think they're all waiting for it to be dry enough for dry tyres, honestly. As Hamilton looks a bit closer on this occasion up to turn 11. Will he go for the move? He thinks about it, but he is getting closer now. And I do think as it gets drier, that is helping the Ferrari here. I think the drier the weather, the better the Ferrari car is. As they come through Albon and Hamilton, the final corner. Hamilton still has the DRS, but he's quite a bit further behind now. Hamilton, it says, is 12.5 seconds behind Leclerc now, which is what I talked about earlier. If he stays behind Albon too long, he'll get cut adrift, and he's been cut adrift. He's over half a pit stop behind his teammate after 24 laps. If this continues for the rest of the race, he's going to end up probably half a minute behind his teammate by the end. As Max's inters are a bit worn, but they don't look worn to the point where he has to be coming in. Lando's tyres look a bit better. McLaren, though, do manage their tyres better than anyone else. We've seen that really for the last couple years. That's why they're so good on race day with their pace. As here is Norris beginning lap 25, and is only a second and a half, maybe just over, ahead of Piastri. So Piastri keeping the pace up, and has just done Piastri the fastest lap, I believe. So Oscar's not giving up as Hamilton tries to have a go at Albon on the exit of turn 11, but Albon pulls ahead. And like I said, as it gets drier, it is helping Ferrari. As Leclerc asking, is there a leakage? A leakage of what is the response? And he says, I have the seat full of water, like full of water. And they tell him, must be the water. Leclerc responds, let's add that to the words of wisdom. As Hamilton is going to now have to try and have or set up another attack. But yeah, really hope they can get the gaps back up, because I want to see through the field just how big the gaps have got. As Lewis Hamilton continues to fight on. And so does Piastri. At what point do McLaren call the fight off? Eventually, they'll have to. Because you can't risk a 1-2 finish in the first Grand Prix. No way. You can't risk a 1-2 finish ever, can you? But especially first Grand Prix, they need a 1-2. As yeah, Lando is 1.6 seconds ahead of Oscar. If Oscar's going to win, he's got to get within a second of Lando. Really, I would say in the next 15 laps. Because in 20 laps' time, McLaren are going to tell Oscar to back off and to just bring it home. I think they'll allow Oscar to fight on at the minute, because there's still just over half of the Grand Prix to go. But yeah, I don't think Oscar is going to be allowed to fight for the win for the entire race. So he's got to get within a second of Lando, preferably as soon as possible. But yeah, the next 10 to 15 laps really is when he needs to do that. As Oscar comes out the final corner, is he closer to Lando? Not sure he is. As they begin lap 27, 30 laps to go. McLaren are dominating. Max is nowhere to be seen. There he is, coming out the final corner. He is miles behind the two McLarens. The McLaren, even in the wet, showing their clear superiority. McLaren are going to be really hard to stop in 2025. And yeah, Verstappen is 14 seconds behind Piastri. So about 15 and a half behind Lando. He's losing, what? Yeah, a second a lap to the McLarens. McLaren are in a world of their own. This is reminiscent of that 1998 Grand Prix, where they blitzed the field and, like I said, lapped the entire field. They won't do that today, but they are absolutely hammering the competition. And if they keep on this way to the end of the race and win by an absolute mile over everybody else, there is no way they can come out after the race and claim that they're not actually that quick. As Piastri looks a bit closer to Lando on this occasion, only by a couple tenths, but still looks closer. As we're now on lap 28, and we're about halfway through the race, as there is Isaac Hadjar on the pit wall. He's finally recovered from the emotional distress of crashing out of his debut race. Well, we know didn't even crash out of the race, didn't even get to the race. But we're halfway through the race, guys. And as we are halfway through the race, just want to say quickly, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Of course, we're doing plenty of watch-alongs through the course of the season. So make sure to subscribe to the channel for more content like this. And make sure to smash that like button. Currently on 62 likes. Let's try and get up to 75 plus likes if we can in the next, say, 30 to 40 minutes of this race. And remember, next weekend is the second Grand Prix of the season, as we've now got Antonelli within a second of Alonso. This is a battle we didn't know we needed, but we've got the old man versus a man, well, not even a man, a boy, who was born after Alonso won his first championship. That is how ancient Fernando Alonso has become. Yeah, next weekend in China, remember, I will be live this time next week for the race watch-along for the Chinese Grand Prix. Remember, though, I won't be doing the qualifying watch-along, only doing the race watch-along next week, as on lap 29, Oscar Piastri was just about then within a second of Lando Norris, and is now. He's just done the fastest lap of 1:28.6, as now they finally got the timing screen working. Thank you, FOM. What would we do without you? As yeah, Max Verstappen is about 16 seconds off the lead, so he is out of play. Russell is 8 seconds behind Verstappen. Leclerc 6 seconds behind Russell. As Lewis Hamilton is now just over 15 seconds behind his teammate, as they just lapped the two McLarens, I think Oliver Behrman, and they're about to lap Esteban Ocon. But Piastri, now within a second, this is his chance to win the Australian Grand Prix. Just keep himself within DRS and keep applying the pressure. And hope that Lando cracks, which we know he can. As he's got the DRS coming down the pit straight, he's closing in. And Lando, he's got to clear this lapped car. He's getting held up here. And this is allowing Oscar to just close in, as Ocon, thankfully, good driver there, lets through both McLarens, as Piastri really closing up in the braking zone. He's got the whole nation of Australia cheering him on. And he's giving them something to cheer about. Brilliant fight here from Piastri. And if Piastri wants to be a championship contender this year, this first Grand Prix is the race to really assert himself. As he closes up into turn 9. And now DRS open again down to turn 11. And just needs, like I said, just needs to keep applying the pressure. If Lando doesn't crack, then fair play. But just needs to keep this pressure up. As I will read out, by the way, the gaps in terms of for Red Bull, Mercedes and Ferrari, just how far off the lead they are, because it is quite stunning on lap 31 how far those teams are off the lead. Max Verstappen is almost 17 seconds off the lead on lap 31. Mercedes with George Russell are 27 seconds off the lead. Leclerc is about 32 seconds off the lead. So Mercedes and Ferrari are consistently, at best, a second a lap slower than McLaren in this race. And then you've got Tsunoda, who is about 46, 47 seconds off the lead. And then Lewis Hamilton is currently about 50 seconds off the lead on lap 31. And Lewis Hamilton, if he remains behind Albon for the whole race, Lewis Hamilton might get lapped in this race. It's not impossible. McLaren would absolutely love that if they were to lap a Ferrari here. As Hamilton being told, try to hold the K1 just for practice. I know it's difficult. And Lewis says, I'm not close enough. I'm not close enough. When I'm close, I'll do it. Obviously, the K1 they're talking about is that extra engine boost, the overtake mode, basically. And Lewis saying, I'm not close enough to use it. So, yeah. As Hamilton has now dropped over a second behind Albon. As Piastri has also dropped, well, I was going to say just over a second behind Norris, but he's still got the DRS. And still is applying the pressure. As we've got, 25 laps to go. Still no sign that we are going to be going on to dry tyres yet. But even if we do go on to dry tyres as well, Oscar has lost a lot of time there. He's lost a second through turn 5 and 6. So Oscar's made a mistake. And now he's 2.1 seconds off the pace. Or 2.1 seconds away from Lando, rather. So Lando got some breathing space for now. But what I was going to say is, even if we move on to dry tyres, McLaren are that far ahead of everyone else, they don't have to panic. Max is, so far behind. And Oscar ran slightly through the gravel and then had to lift a bit more than he would do normally on the exit of that corner. But McLaren in a world of their own on lap 33. Meanwhile, Red Bull, Mercedes and Ferrari are not even close. And if McLaren keep this pace up, then by the end of the race, Max is probably going to be about 25 seconds away from the race winner. And Mercedes are probably going to be probably a minute off the race winner. Which, just incredible. As, Liam Lawson now being lapped by the McLarens, as Oscar being told you are free to race and you know the rules. As Oscar is still dropping time to Lando, he's now being held up by Lawson. But Liam Lawson, 15th. And Lawson not catching the two Saubers in 13th and 14th. Sergio Perez, I can't remember if he was this bad in any race. He may have been. But this is an absolute all-time stinker from Liam Lawson. And Lando Norris now 3 seconds clear of his teammate on lap 34. Max Verstappen is now about 18 seconds off the lead. Russell, Alonso, he spun on the exit of turn 6 and he's gone into the wall and he's out. A rare mistake. That's on the exit of the corner where Pastor Maldonado once did that when trying to overtake Fernando Alonso. But now Alonso's done it. 13 years on. That is going to be a safety car. And everyone now out in the pits. And Ferrari have got dry tyres. A set of hard tyres as well, which hard tyres in these conditions, I'm not sure if that's a great decision. But McLaren, I'm not sure where McLaren are on the track and whether they can get in. Lewis Hamilton can, and so can Albon for dry tyres. So here comes Hamilton, who puts on dry tyres as Lando told to box. I'm not sure if Lando was picked up by the safety car. If he was, McLaren might be in a bit of trouble. No, he wasn't. That's great news for McLaren. So they were not picked up by the safety car, meaning that they can get both cars in on dry or inters or dry tyres, as now Piastri told to box, and can maintain their 1-2. As Lando nearly went right into the back of the Sauber there. And it was the Sauber of Bortoleto who was having to queue up behind Hulkenberg's. Verstappen now told to box. And yeah, they're all going on dry tyres now. And McLaren going for the hard tyres as well. As here comes Max Verstappen on lap 35. Obviously, they're all putting the hards on so they can try and get to the end. Verstappen goes for the medium. Will help him compared to the McLarens on the restart. He'll have warmer tyres, at least theoretically. As in comes now Russell and Leclerc. Russell goes for the hard tyre. I'll correct who's on what compound, by the way, in a moment. Just let's wait till everyone gets dry tyres on. As Leclerc goes for the hard tyre as well. This is good news for Ferrari, I think, especially. I think this is probably... I would say, benefit the most from this safety car because they were so far off pace-wise in the wet. But in the dry, they should be quite a bit quicker. Not saying they'll be on the podium, but they should not be as far off the pace as they were, is what I'm trying to say. As Albon has gone for the medium. Hulkenberg and Bortoleto have gone for the medium. So let me just correct that Alonso is out. So only 16 cars remain. So Lando Norris is on the hard tyre. Piastri on the hard tyre. Max is on the medium. And then Russell is on the hard. Leclerc is on the hard as well. As we're on lap 36. Let me just turn that lap over. There you go. Don't know what compound Tsunoda is on, interestingly. They're not. It's not showing at the moment. I'm going to assume that he's on a set of hard tyres. So Tsunoda on the hard, Albon on the medium, and here's a replay of Alonso. And yeah, it's going to be similar to what Maldonado did those years ago. Into turn 6. Yep. Just applied the throttle too aggressively on the curb. And then went into the wall. Poor error for someone of his experience, and he knows that. So let me just do these tyres for the rest of the drivers. As Hulkenberg and Bortoleto on the mediums. Sauber why not going a bit more aggressive? They've got nothing to lose. They're doing pretty well. 12th and 13th on the restart they'll be. And yeah, poor error from Alonso, who has always been regularly getting great results here. Obviously, was on the podium here 2 years ago. But he's out of the race now, as here's a replay of Norris putting on the hard tyres, and presumably the replay of Piastri coming in right after and doing the same. Good double stack from the McLarens. Here's a replay of Lawson, who... Oh, bit of an unsafe release there by Sauber. That would have been Bortoletto, I think. Yeah, we'll see if anything comes of that, as Lawson is on the medium compound tyre. Ocon and Behrman, by the way, have stayed out on the intermediates. So they're gambling that it's going to rain again. Hold on a sec. Let me just... So it's lap 37. 20 laps to go in this Grand Prix that's not really delivered the excitement we were hoping. But there is still 20 laps to go. And yeah, the two Haas's are on the Inter, so they're gambling there's going to be some more rain. The thing is, though, if there is more rain, those Haas's will struggle still quite a bit for grip, because they've been on those Inters since the very start of the race, and the last thing they need, really, is more rain. But it's also the thing they most need. They're just trying what they can. But Lando Norris is the race leader, and the safety car will probably last for another 2 to 3 laps, as the truck they're about to pass is just taking... Is it taking Alonso's car away? I couldn't see if Alonso's car was even on the back of it. But yeah, I thought the truck was taking Alonso's car away. Maybe it was going to, but then by the time it got there, it was already sorted. Who knows? As it's a better day now in Melbourne. Still very dark, gloomy, overcast, but the rain has pretty much gone, which is why we've got dry tyres pretty much out there for everyone. As we're about to begin lap 38. And now they're putting Alonso's car on the back of a truck. So I don't know what that other truck was doing. But once we get underway, McLaren should still be fine. They should dominate the rest of this race. They've clearly got the best car. There's just no doubt about that whatsoever. What do you call it? What will be interesting, though, is with Max, can he possibly get in there with the McLarens, at least on the restart, having the softer tyre, which theoretically should provide him with better tyre warm-up, which we know will be very important on the restart here. But I think the team to look out for the most is Ferrari, because I think now it's dry, they should be closer on pace to Mercedes and Red Bull, at least. And maybe quick enough that they can actually fight for a podium. We'll see. If Ferrari can still get a podium out of this Grand Prix, that would be a good result. Considering... Well, it'd be a good result considering qualifying. It wouldn't be a good result, though, overall, if you know what I mean. Good result considering the circumstances, I think is what I'm trying to say. Also, watch out for Antonelli. because in the dry, Mercedes are clearly quicker than Alpine and Racing Bulls and Williams. So Antonelli should make up 2 or 3 positions on in the remaining bits of this race. And if Antonelli can finish 7th or 8th, that would be a good result for Antonelli for a first Grand Prix, considering he started 16th. As we're looking at the onboard-ish cam of Tsunoda. Still up in 6th place. What a weekend he's had. He's been so quick all weekend. Been in the top 10 all weekend. 5th in qualifying. Still in the top 6 with about 20 laps to go. As Ocon, or Haas telling Ocon, we know why we're doing this, but I think if it doesn't rain in a couple laps, they will be quicker than us with slick tyres. And yeah, Ocon, I think, basically saying understood. Haas will probably come in again to get those dries on. They know they're not going to get points. They're just trying something wild in the hope that it'll magically pay off, but they're so slow, Haas. Even if it was to pay off, I'm still not sure they would finish in the points because the rest of the pack would still probably catch and pass them all. As the pack coming through turn 6. Safety car will not be coming in at the end of this lap, so hopefully with the end of the next lap on lap 40. By the way, make sure, guys, as we're not too far away from the end of this race, probably another, 20, 25 minutes. Make sure to stick around until just after the race because we are going to do a bit of a reaction to the Grand Prix. And I want to hear from you guys as to driver of the day. Who is your driver of the day? That's what I want to hear from you guys. There isn't many contenders, really. There's not been much that's really happened compared to qualifying, if I'm being honest. I think if I was to vote for a driver of the day, I'd have to go with probably Lando Norris or maybe Tsunoda or Albon. Purely because they're still hanging in there, where they are. But of course, still to see what happens with the rest of this race. As I just need to correct that Tsunoda is actually on the medium compound. As we are now on lap 40 at 57. Just over a quarter of the race remains. Woden says Antonelli rookie of the day. Absolutely. As the front of the pack just coming through turn 4 and 5. As now the lapped cars being the two Haas's and Lawson, I think, are unlapping themselves now. So we've got to wait another lap as Lando locking his inside front. Also, Bortoletto, I think, also a lapped car. So yeah, so I think end of the next lap we will be underway. So end of lap 41 going into lap 42. Meaning we'll have about 15 laps, hopefully, of some great racing. And maybe if we get into the sprinkling of rain, maybe that'll spice things up. But hopefully Norris didn't flat spot his tyres too bad there. Probably just one of those instances where the tyres were just really cold. he wasn't at too a high speed when he did the lockup, so he should be okay. But at least for Piastri, it gives him a little bit of encouragement of, oh, he might have a flat spotted tyre. Rain in 7 minutes, according to whatever forecast they've got, as both Haas's have now pitted, and one of the Haas's has now gone back a lap down. As, oh God, oh Jesus, Behrman released into the path of Verstappen down into turn 1, and then Behrman almost spun. That was quite unnecessary. But safety car is coming in at the end of this lap. So, Lawson up to 14th now. And let me just update that Lawson, Ocon and Behrman down there are on the mediums. If it does rain in 7 minutes, though, will it be enough to force them onto the inters, or can they hang out there on the dry tyres? And yeah, here's a replay. So Behrman into turn 1, exiting. Verstappen gave him the room, and then Behrman got a big swapper on the exit. I thought, oh God, he's going to spin. As Behrman is now unlapping himself again. And now Behrman is now got to push literally as hard as possible to try and make his way back round. He's not going to make his way back round to the back of the pack because he's that far behind. But it's the effort that matters. As Lando Norris now becomes the safety car. The two McLarens on the hard tyre. Will they struggle with warm-up? Is that where Max Verstappen can expose maybe McLaren, at least on the restart? As Lando, oh, Oscar getting close on the exit turn 11, and Lando decides to go for it on the exit turn 11 through turn 12. And we are back underway. As Lando, brilliant restart. He's pulled right ahead of Piastri here as we begin lap 42 for these final 15 laps. Norris leads from Piastri, Verstappen, Russell, Leclerc, Tsunoda, Albon, Hamilton, Gasly, Antonelli, your top 10. As Verstappen getting right in the slipstream, Piastri here. Will he send it at turn 3? Surely not, especially with the inside line being wet. As Leclerc being told in 3 laps, class 3 rain expected for 2 laps. Well, if it's only 2 laps, then they can surely hang out there on the dry tyres. As class 3 apparently is a lot of rain, but it will only be for 2 laps. And it says it'll be coming in 4 minutes. That could really spice things up here, but let's see just what happens. As McLaren clearly leading on this restart and already pulling away from Verstappen behind. As Leclerc actually under pressure a bit from Tsunoda to a degree behind. Leclerc actually closer to the cars behind than he is to the cars in front. Russell already nearly a second and a half clear of Leclerc, so Ferrari not having a good restart. As it is, the clouds are getting darker. As Norris 1.6 seconds clear as they begin lap 43. What a restart Lando has had. And credit to him, Lando has been absolutely brilliant today so far. As Albon gets a good run on Tsunoda. And now down to turn 3. He's close, but that inside line of turn 3 is too wet. If you go down that inside line, you're going to probably skid straight off the track. But Albon, now we've got DRS enabled. Albon is right in the position. As Lando asks, seems like it'll be next lap. No, and McLaren saying we don't want to jump too early. As Lando now 2.1 clear of Piastri. Lando pushing incredibly hard. Piastri just over a second clear of Verstappen. Russell in fourth is already nearly 6 seconds behind Norris in the lead. That's how quick McLaren are on this restart. As Antonelli right behind Gasly on the exit of turn 10. As Tsunoda passes Leclerc. Tsunoda up to 5th. Let's see some of that. They're not showing it, unfortunately. But on lap 44, it's still a McLaren 1-2. 5-second penalty for Bortoletto for an unsafe release. And yes, Tsunoda ahead of Leclerc. Leclerc's got DRS down to turn 1, but not close enough to overtake as the rain has started to fall. As Leclerc, DRS, surely he won't go down the inside at turn 3. No, Assar, Tsunoda locks up, but keeps the position somehow. As they're all barely climbing around the track, struggling for grip. And the medium compound tyre runners are surely going to do better in these conditions because they'll have a bit more tyre warmth on the medium. But Leclerc down to 6th. What a disaster this weekend has been for Ferrari. Leclerc still, though, right behind Tsunoda and trying his best to reclaim the position as Tsunoda only a second behind Russell. Russell also struggling to a degree. Is Leclerc up the inside? Does he go for it? No. Didn't have enough grip as the two McLarens go off the track. And oh, Piastri spins off. And Norris comes in, but Verstappen stays out. The race has completely fallen apart for McLaren, and Max Verstappen now leads. Norris has pitted, Russell has pitted, Albon has pitted, Tsunoda stays out. They're pitting for Inters, but if this rain only lasts a couple laps, then McLaren have messed this up big time. Hamilton now 3rd as Norris rejoins alongside Lawson, and Lawson pulls ahead. So Norris is now in 7th place. It's Verstappen. Oh, Piastri still stuck on the grass and he's in reverse. He's basically out of this race as Verstappen has been told to box on lap 45, but it's Verstappen from Tsunoda and then Hamilton. Gasly has somehow passed Leclerc out there, and then it's Lawson 6th, Norris 7th, Russell 8th, Albon 9th as Piastri does get going again, but he's completely blown the race as Max stays out, which is exactly what I would do. And they tell him to stay out right before the end. As Tsunoda has dropped to 3rd. And Piastri finally comes in now for intermediate tyres. And in terms of who's on what tyre, by the way, you're going to have to give me quite a bit, because half the field are on dry tyres, half are on wet tyres. I'm not sure the teams even know what they're on. Ocon is now 14th, Piastri 15th and a lap down on lap 46. So the top 3, it's Verstappen leading from Lewis Hamilton 2nd. Pierre Gasly is 3rd. And all Max has got to do is withstand this rain, and hopefully for him it goes. And if it does, then he's got this race won, because Lando, the highest placed driver on the intermediate tyre, is 18.5 seconds behind Max. So as long as Max stays ahead of Lando on track, if it then dries up, Lando will have to pit again, as Tsunoda now drops to 5th. And Verstappen now boxing. It's too wet. But what will the others do? Will they come in? What a mental final few laps this is. And yeah, it is properly hammering down now. But Lewis Hamilton decides to stay out and Leclerc does. It's a Ferrari 1-2 with 10 laps to go. Surely not. How are Ferrari doing it? They're on the hard tyre in soaking wet conditions. It's absolutely hammering down. Leclerc has been overtaken by Norris on the Inter. Hamilton is going to be overtaken so quickly as a Sauber has crashed at the penultimate corner by the looks of it. And Norris is back into the lead as Liam Lawson has put it in the barrier, but I don't think he's broke his car. As safety car, which I think that, well, that is a saving grace for Ferrari because they were about to drop to the very back of the field. Because they would have dropped all the way to the back by the time they made it back round to the pit lane. As Lawson, yes, in the exit of turn 2. So, wow. Incredible. And here's a replay of what happened. And yeah, Lando went off into the gravel on turn 12, and so did Oscar. Lando kept it on the track, though. Oscar spun around, and then he got stuck in the grass. And just couldn't, it was just too slippery. He couldn't get the car out. I would say bad luck, but I think that's just better car control there for Lando. As the hearts in the McLaren garage must have dropped out of their arse out at that moment, as that was why Leclerc dropped loads of positions. He spun at the exit of turn 11, but both Ferraris now pit. It's Hamilton ahead of Leclerc. How far, though, are they going to drop down the field as we're now under a safety car? So it's Norris leading, Verstappen second, Russell third, Albon fourth, Alex Albon in fourth for Williams. Antonelli is now fifth for Mercedes. Mercedes third and fifth. Lance Stroll is sixth. Hulkenberg is seventh for Sauber. Gasly is eighth. And then the two Ferraris are ninth and 10th. That's how quickly it changes in Formula 1. 1 minute they were 1-2, and next minute they're 9th and 10th. And then it's Tsunoda 11th. He really has lost out, Tsunoda. Ocon 12th. Piastri is 13th. Piastri presumably will be able to unlap himself. And then it's Behrman in 14th. And then Bortoleto did get a 5-second penalty for an unsafe release, but he's retired from the race. He stopped at the penultimate corner. So, what a final quarter of this race. The drama we were looking for finally arrived. And yeah, here it is. Bortoleto spun and hit the barrier at turn 12 and then pulled himself off down the escape road, probably. So we've only got 14 cars left. Another debutant bites the dust. Let me just correct that everyone now is on the intermediate tyre, and probably will be now for the rest of the race unless it suddenly dries up and someone decides to take a risk. So let me just quickly correct all of this. But Mercedes, this is worked out so well for. They're currently heading for 25 points, just like McLaren are. So Mercedes would be level with McLaren in the championship. If it finished now, McLaren would be first in the constructors. Mercedes would be second, but they would be level on points. And then you'd have Red Bull obviously in third on 18 points. It's lap 49, by the way. I'll update the lap number in a moment. Let me just quickly do this. So, lap 49, we've got just under 10 laps to go. Safety car still out, and it will be out probably until the end of the next lap at least. And only 14 cars remain. It's Lando Norris still leading from Max Verstappen second, Russell third, Albon fourth, Antonelli fifth, Stroll sixth, Hulkenberg 7th, Gasly 8th, Hamilton 9th, Leclerc 10th, and then you got Tsunoda, Ocon, Piastri, and Behrman, the last 4 cars. And the DNFs out of this race are Lawson, Bortoletto, Alonso, Sainz, Doohan, and Hadjar. As I just shown a replay of Leclerc when he was trying to pass those other cars who were coming into the pits, as that was Norris flying around the outside of him at the final corner. Norris obviously was on the Inter. Prank tricks. Typical Ferrari strategy, absolutely. To be fair, though, it was said by a couple teams it would only last a couple laps, so it was worth the try. Because, I mean, they were, what, 6th and 8th? So I think it was worth the try, because they could have got themselves on the podium or even got themselves into a race-winning position. As Piastri is now is allowed to unlap himself, I think. Or is it Behrman? Not sure, but Piastri should be allowed to unlap himself. He's only 1 lap down. But even though Lando made the mistake, he just about kept it on the island when Piastri didn't. Again, some of you may say that's bad luck. I think you could argue that, and I can see your point, but I think you have to also compliment Lando and say he just controlled his car better coming back onto the track than Oscar did. And Lando, I would still say deservedly in the lead. I think Lando does, I mean, if Max produces a mad final few laps and beats Lando on merit, then of course he'll deserve this win. But really, from the race we've seen so far, Lando deserves the win. He's been, except for that error, he's been absolutely brilliant. And McLaren have been absolutely brilliant, except for that lap or so. Safety car still out and will probably remain out until maybe the end of the next lap. Hopefully we can get at least 5 laps or so of racing before the end. Could Williams get a podium? Alex Albon in 4th. Williams, that would be massive for them if they got 4th. 12 big points to start the season. Would put them right at the head of the midfield pack. And actually would have them ahead of Ferrari in the championship. They would be 4th in the championship. I know it's only the first race, but still, it would be good to start the season like that. And in the midfield, every race matters in terms of, scoring points. And that's a replay of Lawson. He spun at the penultimate corner, and then he spun again on the exit of turn 1. At least in China, it can't get any worse because he's been absolutely diabolically shit this weekend as Lawson. But I believe the safety car is in at the end of this lap. The end of lap 51. Yes, it is. Safety car in at the end of this lap. As there's so many rookie drivers, they've just come up with a table on the F1 broadcast of all the rookie drivers. 4 of them out of the race. Behrman's a lap down and Antonelli's in 5th. But a wacky top 10 result, I think that would be the perfect way to start 2025. Because I think we're going to get many wacky results in 2025. As the safety car turns its lights off and races to the pit lane, Lando Norris now becomes the safety car. He's done really well on the restarts as Lando. Can he pull it off again to secure victory in Melbourne? And there you go, exit turn 11 again. He decides to go for it. And we are back underway. Norris just coming through these final couple corners. And Lando Norris begins lap 52. 6 more laps until McLaren win the opening Grand Prix. An opening Grand Prix win that they will very much celebrate and they very much need, as Oscar Piastri has already overtaken Esteban Ocon down in P12. Will any moves be made in these final laps? As Russell, not too far behind Verstappen here. I think Russell isn't really going to take any risks. I think George is very happy to remain in 3rd place because Mercedes have not looked like podium material really all weekend. So if Russell was to finish 3rd, I think he would be very happy with that. And I think Mercedes will be very happy if they maintain this result, 3rd and 5th. A very good result to build on going forward. And we'll see what they can do next week in Shanghai. As Leclerc has passed Hamilton. And here's a replay. Into turn 1, Hamilton went to the inside line to try and pass Gasly, and Leclerc, just about without contact, goes round the outside. And there was slight contact, the front wing of Hamilton to the rear tyre of Leclerc. That is a stunning move from Leclerc. And he's up to 9th. Ferrari now in complete damage limitation mode. As we're now on lap 53 of 57. All Lando's got to do out front is hold his nerve. And he should be fine. Meanwhile, Antonelli closing in slightly on Albon. If Antonelli can get 4th, which on pace he should, that would be even better. But Albon is a pretty good defender of position, as we've already seen in this Grand Prix. What Antonelli does not need to do is push too hard trying to get 4th, because at least what he's on now would be good enough. As Leclerc, good exit from turn 6, right up behind Gasly. Surely with the extra straight line speed he could overtake. He pulls to the outside. And no, the Alpine pulling ahead just about. And Leclerc has to stay behind. As all big stuff of oversteer, and Hamilton's now going to be right on his back. Going down to turn 11. And Leclerc just about keeps ahead, does he? Yes, he does. As Lando Norris begins lap 54, 1.6 seconds clear of Verstappen. Russell, 3.1 off. And yeah, Russell, I think, is just going to bring it home. As Antonelli closes right in on Albon. And Albon looked like he did not have a good run through turn 1. As all Alpine Gasly has gone slightly off the track. And that will allow, will it, Leclerc through? Yes, it does. And Lewis Hamilton. Oh, that's so poor from Gasly. Cost himself a few points there. And it's now Leclerc 8th, Hamilton 9th, Gasly now in 10th. Barely ahead of Piastri, who's just past Tsunoda. And Oscar at least needs to try and get a point. As Antonelli is only 0.4 of a second behind Albon. As here comes Piastri for the final point. Will he go right round the outside? Oh, that would be very, very brave, but he decides not to go for it. DRS, though, is now enabled for these final, what will be 3 laps in a moment. As Verstappen closes back in on Norris, the gap 1.3 seconds. As we now begin lap 55. DRS really is going to help Antonelli here, who's really pressurizing Albon. DRS open. Antonelli into turn 1. Oh, he's so tantalizingly close. But Albon getting a good exit in this much improved Williams car. If Williams can hang on again, what a result this would be. 5th even would still be a great result. Here comes Piastri on Gasly down to turn 3. Down the inside, Piastri is up to 10th, so he will get at least a point. But that mistake earlier, that might cost him dearly. This season as Max is now within a second of Lando. Only half a second behind. Why are we seeing replays of Gasly? Yet we get it. Gasly went wide and that allowed the 2 Ferraris through. We need to get to the action. Oh, God. They really don't know when to not show a replay, do they, these guys? They absolutely love FOM showing off their replays and all their different cameras and onboards. We don't care. Here we go. End of lap 55 into 56, and Verstappen has got the DRS. Surely Verstappen cannot pull off a last lap move. As on the exit of turn 2, Verstappen opens the DRS just 0.7 of a second behind. I'll let you know if there's any other position changes. Hulkenberg still very impressively hanging on in the Sauber for 7th. As through turn 5, Lando being told Verstappen has DRS, paces in the car, do not over push it. That's, well, pretty obvious what was said there. But Max now only 0.6 behind on the DRS. Now opens up to turn 9. Will Max go for the move now? As, he gets close up to turn 9 and pulls in right behind. Exit at turn 10. Good exit. I'm not sure if he's close enough, though, for the move. No, he's not, but he just needs 2 or 3 tenths closer. And I reckon he could go for it. As Antonelli is up to 4th. What a result this is for Mercedes, who, as it stands, Mercedes are going to be leading the Constructors' Championship only by a point. As we begin the final lap of what's turned into an epic Australian Grand Prix. Can Lando hang on? As Verstappen is pushing as hard as he can. As Antonelli under investigation, unsafe release. Oh, that might come back to bite Antonelli. Norris, just all he's got to do is keep it together. And through turn 5, he's looking good. On the exit of turn 6, Max gets a decent exit. He's going to be close up to turn 9, but it's all about turn 9 and 10. Can he put himself in a good position through there to set him up for a move maybe down to turn 11 as he closes in up to turn 9? But through turn 9 and 10, Lando has a bit of a wiggle, but he does just about well enough. And Verstappen, 5-second penalty for Antonelli. That's going to cost him 4th. And Albon is going to take 4th place. Antonelli will still get 5th, though, as Piastri up to 9th ahead of Hamilton. Lando Norris, somehow, despite the tricky conditions and nearly throwing the win away, is going to get the race win. Lando Norris wins the Australian Grand Prix for McLaren. Verstappen finishes 2nd. 3rd, Russell. Brilliant result for him. 4th, Alex Albon. What a result. Antonelli 5th. Stroll 6th. Hulkenberg 7th. Leclerc 8th. Piastri 9th. And Lewis Hamilton will come home in 10th. And the rest of your field, Gasly 11th. Tsunoda 12th. Ocon 13th. Behrman 14th. And your retirements, Liam Lawson, Gabriel Bortoleto, Fernando Alonso, Carlos Sainz, Jack Doohan, and Isaac Hadjar. But what a mental end to the race. And Lando held his nerve and held on for what I would say was a deserved win. Even though he made that mistake, he is absolutely, for me, the deserving winner of this Australian Grand Prix. What a race that turned into. And like I said a few laps ago, this type of surprise result is going to happen a lot this year. So brace yourself for some mental results in 2025. But let me start up the poll of who do you think is driver of the day. As here's a replay of Piastri passing Hamilton up to turn 9. Hamilton defended to the inside and Piastri went, surely not. Oh, round the outside at turn 9. What a move. Piastri is so brave. That is a classic move from Oscar, and he claims 9th, which, by the way, because of Antonelli's penalty and that move by Oscar, that means McLaren just about are in the lead of the Constructors' Championship. So anyway, who do you think is driver of the day for the Australian GP? And your options for driver of the day are Lando Norris, Alexander Albon, and then I am going to put Antonelli and Hulkenberg in the poll as well. My driver of the day is Alexander Albon. I know he didn't necessarily overtake anyone to get up to 4th, but he did not make a mistake today. Lando, even though he won, he did make a mistake. Albon did not. That's really the only thing that separates it for me. But yeah, Lando, great drive. But even though Max finished 2nd and Red Bull did not win, I think Max will be satisfied, very satisfied with today's result. 18 points in the bag, beating one of the McLarens, and only giving away 7 points to Lando. I think they'll be satisfied with that, especially considering McLaren are quicker than Red Bull in normal conditions. Also, well, I think more than satisfied, I think happy George Russell will be. I think he'll be pretty happy with that result of 3rd. Puts him right in the mix to start the season. Antonelli as well, I think, should be pretty happy with that result. That's a very good result to start his Formula 1 career after what happened yesterday. Ferrari, though, 8th and 10th. Absolute disaster. A disaster that only Ferrari are capable of making. A disaster as well for Piastri, who should have been right up there, but he threw it away. And yeah, he looks gutted. But this is only one race. There are 3 other races now to come. Obviously, next week we're in Shanghai. Piastri, I'm sure, can make up for this pretty quickly. And really, Piastri should be in at least second place next week in the Grand Prix, because McLaren, I would be very surprised if they are not securing a 1-2 finish this time next week in Shanghai. Maybe you could say he made it look a bit harder than it needed to be, but McLaren are the team to beat. And Lando Norris is going to win quite a few races to start this season. So get used to it. But let's see who you guys are going for as driver of the day. Todd says I give it to Max. Max drove well, but I don't think it was well enough to be a driver of the day contender. But yeah, it's a good drive. And like I said, I think he'll be very satisfied with the result. And just needs to make... I think with Max and Red Bull, McLaren are going to be quicker for these first few races. Max and Red Bull just got to make sure they're consistently on the podium, so that they remain close enough so that when they do, hopefully, from their point of view, hopefully, get a faster car, they are not too far away, so they can make up the difference. But like I said, next week in Shanghai, I would be very, very surprised if anyone can get near McLaren in the dry or wet. Looney Classic says Ferrari are not going to win anything this year. They'll get a few race wins, but nothing more. They suck big time. Well, in my season prediction, I think I had Ferrari winning, was it 5 races? But yeah, not winning any of the championships, which, today's result is not all about lack of pace for Ferrari. Yeah, some poor strategy, driver error to a degree, but I think lack of pace is the absolute center of the problems this weekend. And next week in Shanghai, it's not going to really get much better, because the track next week suits McLaren even more than it does Ferrari. So it's going to be quite a challenge this opening period of the season for Ferrari, who have got to get their act together. I know it's only the first race, but they have got a lot of work to do if they're going to be world champions in 2025. Because, I mean, already they're only on 5 points. Meanwhile, McLaren are on 27. So already over 20 points behind. Frank Trigg says, give Lawson the wooden spoon. Absolutely shocking performance from him, wasn't it? Just, yeah. Terrible. But even though McLaren have won this race, I think the point that I want to make is, Mercedes, I think if you're a Mercedes fan, you should be very happy. 3rd and 5th, that's a really good result to start the season. That's probably the best first Grand Prix result that Mercedes have had in, since 2022, where they were 3rd and 4th, I think, that day in Bahrain. So, yeah, good result for Mercedes. Very good result. So, yeah, I think if you're a Mercedes fan, you should be happy. Red Bull fan, I think, again, happy, satisfied-ish, considering McLaren are faster. And with McLaren, they should have got a 1-2 today, no doubt. But, and I said this before the race, as long as McLaren, because it's going to be tricky conditions today, as long as McLaren at least win, that's all that matters. Obviously, as the season goes on, they'll need to make sure they, get more 1-2 finishes if they really want to win the Constructors' Championship. But considering it's the opening race and everything's a bit mental and the weather's all over the place, just make sure you win. And that is exactly what McLaren have done. So job well done for McLaren. And looking at how good their car is, McLaren should win the next 2 races at least. The race after the third race, Bahrain, not sure. That might be a tricky one for McLaren. But the next couple races, McLaren are the clear favourite. There is no doubt about that whatsoever. Astra says so much down to pure luck of timing and weather. Jazztastic says Ferrari needs better strategists. I'm not going to criticize Ferrari for that decision. I think honestly, I think they had to go for that because they were what, 6th and 8th, way out of the, way away from where they should be, and they needed to try something, and they did, and it didn't work because it ended up being just a bit too wet for what they expected. I would have tried the same, and I think it was worth it. So I'm not going to complain. Ferrari have got much bigger issues than that. Trust me. Fundamentally, that Ferrari car needs a lot of work. They will win races, Ferrari, this season. I have no doubt about that. But this season is about winning the championship. And yeah, if they're gonna win the championship, really, they need to start winning pretty soon to make sure they keep themselves in that fight, so that when they do maybe get upgrades that make the car quicker, then they're not too far away. Like I was saying with Max and Red Bull, they need to make sure they keep close enough to McLaren. Looney Classic says Charles is very good, but always has a mistake in him. Lewis looked very ordinary today. Mercedes looked off the pace, and I cannot see them getting any better. This season might underwhelm big time. I think you're overreacting quite a bit. Yeah, McLaren have got the best car right now, but if you think McLaren are going to absolutely dominate the season, then yeah, I think you're wrong on that. Because, I mean, we've seen today, McLaren, even though they've got the best car, they're not as bulletproof as, as say Red Bull would be in that position. As Super Kev says, I hope we've seen the last of Lando no wins. Well, that's his 5th win now in Formula 1. And he'll be getting into double figures at some point this season. But I think we've come to pretty much the end of the stream, guys. Let me go through the final driver of the day vote. 30 votes. Who do you think driver of the day is? And 43% voted for Lando Norris, 26% for Kimi Antonelli, 23% for Alex Albon, and 6% for Nico Hulkenberg. Big shout out for Hulkenberg and Stroll as well. 6th and 7th. Aston Martin and Sauber respectively getting a lot more points on the board than anyone expected. Especially for Sauber getting, well, more points on the board today, Sauber, than they got in the entirety of last season. So, yeah, absolutely mental. And well done for Hulkenberg keeping his head. That's why you assign experienced drivers like Hulkenberg to keep their head in situations like today. But that's it for this race weekend, guys. Thank you very much for joining me for all of the content for this first Grand Prix weekend. I hope I've kept you entertained enough. Let me just quickly let you guys know, though, the plan for the next week of content. So tomorrow, I will be uploading my review of the Australian Grand Prix. My podcast, reviewing it, will be uploaded sometime tomorrow night, probably between 7 p.m. and 11 p.m. UK time on Monday night. And then next Friday, the night before qualifying, I will be live at 8 p.m. UK time for my qualifying preview for the Chinese Grand Prix. And the reason I'm doing the qualifying preview is, one, because it's an early morning qualifying and the timing is not great for you guys, but also I will not be doing a qualifying watch along next weekend. The only watch along I will be doing is a race watch along, which I will be doing this time next week. And next Sunday, I will be live at 5 a.m. UK time, 2 hours as usual before the race begins, for the 7 a.m. UK start time for the race. And then, obviously, the day after that Chinese Grand Prix, there will be another podcast reviewing that race. And as well, Niblo, who was at the Grand Prix today, really hope he had a great time. I'm sure he saw plenty. He will be joining me on commentary next Sunday for the Chinese Grand Prix. So that's the plan of content. Thank you guys for coming along for all the content this weekend. Make sure to smash the like button before you go. If you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe for even more content like this. There'll be plenty of watch-alongs, obviously, coming throughout the season. And again, cheers for all your support on the content this weekend. But guys, until my podcast reviewing the Australian Grand Prix weekend tomorrow, and until the next Grand Prix on the calendar, the Chinese Grand Prix in Shanghai, it has been me, Chazza HD. Goodbye.